Sorry, reading your comments. Thanks, George. Got me again. Good morning. Happy Monday. I'm alternate juror. I promise nothing. That's it. That's my intro. I hope you all can hear me. I have no idea. Anyway, how y'all doing? I see Gabby's here. Good morning. Good morning, Christine and Chrissy and George and Dill, aka Bree. Oh my goodness. I took one day off and all hell broke loose. So, if you guys have not heard, Ty is back in jail. He's, I believe, still in Portland. I did the stream with Lauren on Wednesday, and then Wednesday night my phone started going crazy, and there was a warrant. I believe it was Friday that he was arrested at the airport in Portland. It's a mess. I don't know if I expect him to be able to get out before trial at this point. Also, I am not so sure, although I'm very nervous for him to go back to Monroe County because I don't trust those people. And I'm worried if he walks in, he's not going to walk out. I am not insinuating anything, Mansfield. However, I was thinking this morning that this may be the best thing for him because I think he's going to force him to get some attorneys, and that's exactly what he needs. So I'm hoping that happens. And of course, my dogs are going to start barking now because why not? Hello, Max. And I agree with you that's I wish he was representing himself this time, but darn the luck on us. Let me shut my door. Oh, maybe they're gonna. Oh my gosh. This is how my day has gone so far. So you guys are gonna have to kind of bear with me. Yeah. So I don't know what's gonna happen with Ty. I don't know. Hang on. You know, when you're expecting a delivery and it comes right when you start your stream. It's great. It's great. You know what? I don't know, Max. I've been wondering the same thing. The wheelchair thing. And if you guys haven't seen any of Darrell Brooks or Darrell or the entity, whatever, um, if you haven't seen any of his um, court appearances, not in Waukesha, but in Milwaukee, he's been in a wheelchair ever since. So I don't know if he is faking stuff because he's him. And what else you say? It's him. He's ridiculous. And I don't know what he's claiming is wrong. But if he's just being a jerk because he can be, yeah, he is not Ironside. No way. Not even close. It's gross. Yeah. Yes, wait till my granddaughter starts crying during stream. I'm sure she will. You know. So that's one update about Ty. Um, I don't know what's going to happen from here on out. It's really just going to kind of be a waiting game. I don't, if you want a lot of information about it, Justice of the Process has a really good stream he did yesterday. He has a lot of information on there. Lauren popped into that stream. So I would go check it out. He is very knowledgeable and he did a really good job. The stream he did before that, Ty was actually in, and he was trying to like convince him to get an attorney. I'm going to go muzzle some dogs. So the other update I have is we're going to watch, Queen Zamata or whatever her name is, that was being trailed by SpaceX or Space Force. And the woman who put her son, 5-year-old son, in a suitcase and threw him in the woods in southern Indiana, which is part of my state. Her witness list has been released. So we're going to take a look at a very quick update on that. Chad Dorman was in court last week. He's not going to go to trial until 2025, it looks as the earliest. However, as you will hear in the update, if you guys want to watch it, we don't have to. I have some other things that I can show you while we wait for old Darrell or Darrell or whatever to get into court. Finally, jury selection's happening right now. I have a really funny judge that we can watch. I haven't watched the update for the Queen Zamata, so we can do that one. And then Chad Dorman. Here's the quick up. I'll just sum it up for you. Is he eligible for the death penalty? He has to go under, obviously, psychological examinations. That's happening. Then the prosecutor has to bring in their side, and they're complaining because his doctors have had more access. I'm like, you know what? That's just how it goes. You guys get that all the time. So, don't care. However, when they're talking about getting this to trial, because there was a July date set, that's out, because now they have to see if he's eligible for the death penalty. This judge is qualified to do death penalty cases. He has aged out. Those are his words, not mine. He had to be 70 before he was, I think if he turned 70 before he was up for reelection, then he's out. He's 74, so he cannot run to be a judge again. The person, I guess, that is possibly slated to take his spot is not death penalty he can't do death penalty. He or she cannot do death penalty cases. So the prosecutors are worried now that if the judge decides he is eligible to be tried for capital punishment, now they don't have a judge, and now they got to bring in another judge. They have to find a judge, and could get messy and all that other stuff. So there's that. Hey, Hamilton. Hey, Christine. I hope you're doing well, Hamilton. I hope work is slowing down for you. I don't know why he's in a wheelchair, Gabby. I don't know. I think he just is too tired to walk. I don't know. I could make a bad joke and I won't because it'd be really disrespectful. Um, because of the crimes that he's already done. At the end of this week, Adam Montgomery's being sentenced, and Haley Brown, the woman with the that we watched in Tennessee, she will be sentenced. So we have those two things that are happening. And I think that's it. This trial with Darrell entity, Box Fort man, is because what happened before the parade happened, he ran down the mother of one of his children or he tried to run her over. So while some people I saw in chat over on whatever Law and Crime or Court TV, whoever's doing it, we're asking why even bother because he's already been sentenced to multiple life sentences. But as somebody commented back, she deserves justice as well. Just because he's already never coming out doesn't mean that she doesn't deserve her day in court. So today is jury selection. Christine, is going on right now. So I'm waiting for that for them to start. So court, whoever, Law and Crime, 80 minutes. But don't you worry. I have stuff to keep us entertained. We're not watching that one, Gabby. That's the original one. I have to wait. If I watch that when Stormy's not here, she may come hunt me down. So this happened before, if I'm understanding this right, these charges are before he did this, before he did the horrible parade. Before he ran through the parade, he tried to hit, I think her name is Erika. So so Hamilton, yes. Now you're making me remember when I very first saw him come back into that Milwaukee courtroom, and he was in the wheelchair. He was pretty locked down in that thing. Yes, Gabby, we are watching Darrell Brooks, but not the parade trial, not where he represented himself. He's not represented himself. This is another trial that's in Milwaukee that is connected to that, but it's from it's because he tried to run his girlfriend over. So yes, it is Darrell Brooks, not that Darrell Brooks, if that makes sense. Does everybody feel just as foggy as I do today? My gosh. I think, yeah, I'm going to blame it on the pollen. I was mowing yesterday and we have pine trees, and I came out of the pine tree. I looked like a yellow highlighter. I was covered head to toe, yellow, pollen, mower, everything was yellow. So I've just been, it was funny. I would have taken a picture, but yeah, I don't look, I just am a mess when I mow, but it was funny. Christine, I don't know what I can do to help him out. We had a couple emails back and forth before he obviously was arrested. We haven't had any since then. I pretty much begged him to please get an attorney. Please get attorneys. I don't know what else I can do. I can't, I don't have $3.1 million, which is his bail now. Even 10% of that. I don't have that. I can't get him out. And I think it may be a blessing in disguise that he's back in, because I think it'll force him to get attorneys, and he needs them this time. He brought the attention. It's there. It's not going away. But you've done it. You've walked it this far. Let the attorneys walk it the rest of the way. That is as much advice and help as I can give him, because I cannot. There's nothing else I can do for him. I mean, I will talk about him. I updated at the beginning, talking about him being arrested, but right now there's not a lot to talk about because he's sitting. So there's nothing happening that I have heard. But I will obviously keep everybody updated. I know you're staying updated. There's a lot of people out there too that, you know, it's going to be kind of a waiting game right at the moment to see if I'm sure 100% that Florida is going to go get him. So that is, I have no doubt in my mind, Florida will go get him. I don't know what would happen if they didn't, because Steve was saying he'd have to be released after 30 days. Released on the same, protocols that he had to follow before? Or is he just released? I mean, obviously not released and then case dismissed, but I don't know. I was wondering that. I think Lauren she's doing it. She is working. I have no doubt. She'll get it handled. So but I will keep up on it. I will keep you guys as up to date as I can. He's gonna be kind of in a holding pattern. And if for some reason, Ty, if you ever hear this, if you contest this and you win and you get back out on bond, stop screwing around. Be on time. Don't cut it so freaking close. Please. Like, they were waiting. The judge told you. I agree with Steve 100%. The judge said the ink is dry. He was just waiting for a reason to get it served. And you gave him one. So I hate that. And I wish that hadn't happened. Because they walked you down that path and you went, and we all went. We all willingly went down the path with you. We trusted that judge, except for Steve. And now we know we were wrong in doing so. Unfortunately, you're going to pay that price harder than we are for finding out that we were wrong for doing so. So, 3 things I will tell you. Please get an attorney. Please be on time to everything. Everything. And I know you've talked about it a lot, that how you struggle because you didn't have to be on time anywhere. But now you have to be on time everywhere. And they don't want excuses because they want you. So if you are able to contest this, and if you are able to go back on pretrial release, I cannot beg you, use my stern mom voice, whatever, enough to tell you, stop just giving them stuff that they can get you on. That's all. I mean, just they gave you, you have to do this, 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 and this. Just that's all you have to, that's what you have to do. Do it. Because they're waiting. They want you. You know it. I don't know what else to say. He's heard it. He knows it. So I don't know what else to say to him. I just want him to do it. Like, just please do it. And I know Lauren does. I know everybody does. I hope Lauren does still do weekly updates. I hope that she's able to. I hope there's no gag order put back in place. And she might, I don't legally know because I am not an attorney. If anybody didn't know that already. Being his wife this time, if a gag order is put back in place, I don't know if she would fall under, be able to more easily be put under that, since they caught her the first time. And I don't know if they were married at that time or not when that first one was put in place. I don't know. I had a horrible, horrible feeling when he was arrested, and I was very scared that something really bad was going to happen. But since I've calmed down from the shock of that, I'm really thinking this may be what needed to happen to get him on the path that he needs to have attorneys so they can win this, so he can be free. So you never know. Sometimes these things have to happen. Okay, let's do this if you want to. The quick Princess Zamuda, or whatever her name is now, update. And then I'll show you a judge. I'll show you a new judge. May not be new to all of you, but he's fun and he's exciting. Unfortunately, though, he doesn't have a YouTube page. So I can't control what we see of his stuff. But we'll look at it in just a minute while we wait for Mr. Darrell Brooks.
Thanks for inviting us in. It's now 11 o'clock, and tonight hundreds of new documents have now been submitted in the case of Dejan Anderson. She is the woman police believe killed her 5-year-old son 2 years ago. His body was discovered in a suitcase in southern Indiana. Our Chase Howell is in the newsroom tonight to tell us who and what jurors could see during this trial. Chase?
Scott, we just got new court documents that reveal 80 witnesses could take the stand. More than 30 of them are people with different law enforcement agencies, and one name familiar to anyone following with this case, Dawn Coleman, the second woman charged in Cairo Jordan's death. New court documents show hundreds of pages, multiple files, and several recordings that the state plans to use in its case against Dejan Anderson. Anderson is accused of killing her son, Cairo Jordan, in 2022, when he was just 5 years old in Louisville, Kentucky. Police claim she then placed his body in this suitcase and ditched it in the woods in Washington County, Indiana. Some of the evidence the prosecution plans to present includes nearly 150 pages of text messages, dozens of photos, cell phone data, security camera footage, and DNA analysis. As 13 News previously discovered in court documents, investigators pulled fingerprints from the trash bags the boy's body was found wrapped in. They came back a match to Anderson. Court documents also claim pictures on Coleman's Facebook page show the same suitcase he was placed in, and that her phone pinged near where Jordan's body was found. As far as the witnesses, Dawn Coleman was listed at the number 1 spot. Police allege Coleman admitted to investigators she helped Anderson both put Cairo's body in the suitcase and then dump it. As part of a plea agreement, Coleman has to testify against Anderson. Another witness, Jeffrey Meredith, the mushroom hunter who found Jordan's body on his property. Anderson faces a charge of murder, neglect of a dependent resulting in death, and obstruction of justice. Her jury trial is currently set for August.
All right, Chase, thanks so much in our newsroom.
I don't have very much faith that that's going to happen, but we can hope.
Hey, Ms. Hughes, were you ready on anything?
Sorry,
Oh,
Judge Simpson
Cato?
is just starting to talk. I didn't ask him to. I read something today because I was going to do a trial today that is going on in Indiana. So I didn't realize that when Indiana passed I don't want to say law because I don't know that it was a law, but stating that cameras were allowed in the courtroom, that Indiana Supreme Court came back and said no, there's no reason for them to be in the courtroom. And then after the 4-month pilot program, the Indiana Supreme Court came back and overturned their own ruling, which is stupid. However, so there are cameras allowed at this trial today that is happening, but they are only allowed to show opening statements, closing arguments, and the verdict. I'm like, what is the point? So I don't have high hopes unless Law and Crime or Court TV or somebody picks up this trial with this Space Force woman that we're going to see it. Because Delphi, and I've told you guys this, that judge was part of the pilot program and loved it and thought it was really good. And now she's saying no cameras. And the cameras that she has allowed in the courtroom, they weren't allowed there. They couldn't record anything live. And that's, so what's the point? I don't know. I don't know. I really want to watch this trial. I don't know. I hope Court TV or Law and Crime or somebody picks it up. I hope they allow cameras in. And I think that might be the reason they don't pick it up, is if they are going to say you cannot have live coverage. But it is. It's stupid. I mean, it's embarrassing for my state. Like, just be normal for once. It's not that big of a deal. It's not hard even. So I will cover it if it's there, but I just don't have a lot of faith that it's going to be there. All right. So if any of you ever watched Law Talk with Mike, and I don't know who introduced him to this judge, but this is another Texas judge, and you'll either love him or hate him. I don't know if there's any middle ground with him. The problem is he doesn't have a YouTube page. So I have this paused, but we're not going to see it. So I don't know exactly where he's at right at this moment. Let me make sure there's nothing going on with old Darrell. 63 minutes. So I'm going to mute it for just a second and push play so it gets caught up. Buffering. This guy, he wears the craziest outfits. One time there wasn't anybody in front of him. One time he was just sitting in court eating a sucker. It was so funny. But the things he says to defendants, you just are always waiting for. It's like the judge you've been waiting for. And you guys will get it when I finally get it up here. Oh, I muted him. That's why you can't hear him. Hang on. I could boost him.
It was a 2D judge.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Valdez, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with your case. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to enter in an order for protection for Maria Garza. She is now identified as a protected individual. You cannot commit family violence or an assault against this person. Commit an act in furtherance of an offense under section
You know, if this sounds okay.
42.072, which is the stalking statute. You're going to threaten, harass, use another person to communicate a threat or harassing behavior. You're not be in possession of a weapon or go within 200 feet of where she lives or where she works. Do you understand? If you violate this court order, I will put you in jail. I'm going to make your bond extremely high. You will not get any more PR bonds from us.
May I say something, Your Honor?
You may not. No, now's not the time. I've got a bunch of DAs here. Anything you say, they're going to just use it against you. You need a lawyer to represent you, and then you can explain your side to the lawyer, and the lawyer will talk to them, and then you guys can try to come to a resolution to this.
Okay, Your Honor. It's just that we share custody with our kids, so
I'm telling you, I don't care if you have a unicorn with her.
Cough.
No contact means no contact. Do you understand? You're going to have to use an intermediary to have contact with her. When you get a lawyer, you can explain them to the situation. They'll tell you more how to do it with them. But when I mean no contact, I absolutely mean it. You do it, you'll go to jail faster than you understand. I'm going to have you go to Ramona. We're going to have you sign a reset. After that, I'm going to put you in the jury box while I get all your bond conditions, while you sign it, and then you'll be free to go. When you come back, please have a lawyer, sir.
He was really
No
mild right
contact,
there.
no weapons, please. Valdez. Hey, so both of these go to court 9, it looks like.
So this is the bad thing about it. You kind of had to sit through these pauses while he calls the next one.
Ramona, one of our Monday Thursdayers,
I'll mute him for a second, but I will say this about him. He had a guy in there that really needed some help, and he made sure that he got it. He did not let him leave until he had everything in place for him to get the help that he needed, because he was homeless and there was things happening that it wasn't going to be a good outcome for him. So definitely has a heart. I couldn't watch it all, and I can't stop it and save it and start it back up, unfortunately. But just like most judges, he have a heart. All right, they're checking people in.
okay.
So
I
feeling bad thing
we
about
have
watching
now
them.
so many Monday,
Can't pause
Thursdayers that
them,
I'm starting
can't
to forget. So we need to make a list
fast
so I can
forward,
also check in
rewind.
as well. So,
Mr. E, here, he did not print out his, does he have it?
okay. So I guess let's finish this and then we'll,
This is Mr. Jillian, Your Honor.
with a J?
Yes, sir. Bottom of page
Got it.
18.
Jeremiah Julian. Mr. Julian, you're charged with unlawful carrying of a weapon. You're facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one will be appointed to you, sir. Please don't say anything. Okay.
Officers conducted a traffic stop on a vehicle running red light when by registration. Officers observed the driver making affirmative movement. Officer detected the odor of marijuana emitting from the vehicle. Defendant did not have an ID. Defendant ordered out of the vehicle and observed a plastic bag in the driver door, a green leafy substance. Probable cause search of the vehicle due to the odor of burnt marijuana. The officer located the green leafy substance in the door. Officer located marijuana, also located marijuana in the ashtray located in the cup holder. Additionally, the officer alleges it located a backpack in the floor of the passenger side. Inside the backpack, an extended magazine and a white plant substance was found. A Glock 30 was found before the level on the passenger side with a round in the chamber. Defendant admitted to having the weapon for protection due to being shot before. Previous juvenile history of evading with the vehicle. And
What, you said that the,
sorry, Your Honor.
you said that there was a white something,
It says a white. A white plant substance was found. That's-
a white plant substance.
we go back and look at the,
What is a white plant substance, Lavelle?
I'm looking at the,
Mr. Julian, I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with your case. Do you have a valid Texas driver license?
No, sir.
And you are not allowed to drive. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
You will be signing an affidavit. This is a court order that you're going to promise to me today. Two things. Number one, you will not have any weapons. Number two, you are not to drive. If I catch you with either, I will have a contempt hearing. You'll be facing an additional 6 months in jail and a $500 fine every time you do either. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
You will get time inside there, but you will not be able to get out. You'll be stuck like Chuck until you're done with your sentence. How old are you?
17.
What do you do for a living?
Got a job.
Did you graduate from high school?
No, sir.
Therein lies your first mission. You will graduate, and I'm now making it the condition of your bond to either get back in high school or get your GED.
Yes,
And if
sir.
you do neither, then you will stay with me and you will get it while you're in custody.
I got my GED.
Oh, you have a GED?
Yes, sir.
Fantastic. That's all I wanted to know. Great. Good job. Now, what are you doing for the rest of your life?
I mean, I got a job. I'm trying to go to community college for welding.
That's a great goal to have. You're now picking up cases where you're shooting yourself in the foot, trying to realize that goal. This is going to really hurt you trying to get to that goal. Don't pick up any new cases, and I'm also ordering you not to smoke any more weed. You understand? No dope, no driving, and no weapons. Stay in school, straighten up and fly right. Otherwise, I will put a rod in you to make you straighten up and fly right.
Owie.
Mr. Julian, I'm going to tell you right now that I'm going to test you in 30 days for dope. You may not smoke from today on. Because I'm going to test you in 30 days from today. I'm going to make them do it. If you test positive 30 days from today for weed, you will go to jail. You will not get any more PR bombs. You understand? You want a lawyer today? You want me to give you a lawyer today? I will give you one. I need you to fill out an application for me. So what I'm going to do, let me see if I have it. I already have one on file. So now I'm going to have you go sign a reset with Ramona, and then I'm going to have you take your seat in the jury box. I'll find you someone, and you must sign bond conditions. Don't leave until both of those things happen. Head on over.
It's Judge Fleischer.
Hey, Ramona, he needs to
Gabby,
sign
he's
the
in-
affidavit. Then.
Houston, Texas.
Mr. Cassius for a waiver, Your Honor.
That's not.
Mr. Schneider, good morning, sir. You are wanted out of the state of Florida for robbery and domestic battery. Are you waiving formal extradition, sir? Okay. Nice. Thanks and good luck.
Thank you,
I agree. I love him. I wish he had a YouTube channel. It'd make it easier.
Hey, Day, the name is incorrect on this. Is that okay with you? Because I have the first name first, last name first. On the docket, it has Cassius as a last name.
But it should be fine with this.
Okay. Hi, come on up, Josh. What's going on with you, sir?
I'll put you on DEFOREST.
Okay,
I was just put last week, we reset to try and get RIP completed. I believe they're still pending the. Sorry, it's DeForest, DEF.
it's 200 days. If you don't have the RIP, then DeForest, what's going on?
Oh, Judge, I mean, that's I'll try to do it. I made offers.
What offers have you given?
What was that, Judge?
What offers have you given?
Sir.
Okay, so I'll give you a week. Give a week, but that's it. At that time, it's clear trial. Okay. Okay, thanks, Josh. Is that it?
Sir.
Okay, thanks, bud. Hey, Carl, yeah, I'm ready when you are. Okay. You said it's a plea on Brown?
Okay, this
Okay.
guy reminds me, like, he would go out of the courtroom like Yosemite Sam, like, when he's done. It's not
Do
him
we
last
have,
week.
was there a hold?
He needs
Was
to
there a
count
hold
my
placed
dad.
on it or no?
Hold it up on January 11th. I think you work like real. You will go to bond. I know about the sheriff's office, but the homeowner. That's verification of future custody. From December 29th through
It's
March.
not lost on me that I could get in trouble for this.
This was for fraud out there, right? Not another,
She was on probation down in Galveston before that.
got it. So what happened with that? Is she still on probation?
They amended her probation and they put her on mental health caseload. And
Yes.
she's back on probation.
I mean,
Good morning, Miss Brown.
Good morning.
You know, you're looking at some serious. You're looking at some very serious time if that probation gets revoked in Galveston. You've already had one time that you've picked up, at least with us that I know about, that they've filed a motion to revoke your probation. They're only going to do it so many times before they send you to lockup in Huntsville. Do you understand? If I were you now, you're now charged with a second DWI. You're facing a year in jail. You're pleading guilty to this offense today. It's going to go on your record. And with your record, if you ever get pulled over and you smell like alcohol or dope, you think the officers are going to be nice to you? From now on, though, you're not my problem. Because from now on, if you ever pick up another DWI, you're facing yet another third-degree felony, and you're looking at 2 to 10 at the penitentiary. Even the smell, just as little as a sip of wine, you will end up in custody facing 10 years. You're giving up the right to a trial, right to compel witnesses to testify on your behalf, confront and cross-examine your accusers. If you're not a citizen, there are possible immigration consequences. You can be deported, excluded from the country, denied naturalization. You give up the right to appeal. So once you accept this agreement, you can never change this or undo this. How much credit does she have, Carl?
64 days.
Are we doing? So 66. So are we doing 30, 66? It's 30 days in jail. Credit for the 66 days that you've done. I'm going to suspend your license for a year, man. Do not drive until you get a license. Otherwise, you're going to be back here. And I'm telling you, they're going to file yet another motion to revoke in Galveston. And they're not as nice over there as they are over here. Do you understand? How do you plead to this offense, man? Guilty or not guilty?
That suspension from this date forward or?
Yeah, I'm suspending it today for 1 year. Yeah. How do you plead to the offense, man? Guilty or not guilty? I will find you guilty. I will follow the agreement. Good luck to you, man. Thanks, Carl. Oh, hold on, ma'am. It's enhanced.
Yeah, it's just a fire.
Is it true or, well, is that the only enhancement?
Yes, Judge. We moved to abandon the.
Okay, it's abandoned. Okay, good luck, man. Thanks.
Your Honor, so that she'll know in case she wants to apply for an occupational license, what are your requirements?
I don't know if I'm gonna, I don't know. I mean, she has a second now. I don't know how well she's been. You know, she's on felony probation.
She's not driving her present time.
Give it some time. I want to see how well she does on probation and then I'll consider it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thanks, Carl. Eric. Hey, bud.
Just have a seat and I'll call you up.
Judge,
Oh, I'm sorry. You're not done. I'm sorry, Carl. What else you
I
got?
have a Zurich East. I was appointed on last week. East EAFC and also Darren Harrison.
So did East have bond violations or what?
No, you wanted him here because you wanted him to take anger management 3 times a week.
Oh, that's right. Has he done it?
Well, he just got out last Thursday.
If you wanted to.
He hasn't done them yet, no. You want him up?
Yeah.
Like, just got out last Thursday, and it's been 3 days. He could have had 3 classes.
Where did you think you were going today? To the beach?
No, sir, I didn't,
Shorts.
no, sir, I didn't have no other clean clothes. This is the only clean clothes I have right now. I have to wash, so. Honest truth.
Anger management have you done?
I found one, but I haven't done any yet because I'm having my money issues right now, Your Honor. I have asked my uncle to help me. He's able to help me today. And I have an extra interview at the detailing shop. Detailing limos, washing limos.
Judge, I gave him the link for the anger management class that only charged $10 a class, so it's cheaper for him.
You can even do
I
that.
didn't have the internet, sir. I didn't have no internet, sir. I'm not making no.
Have until the end of the week to get at least 2 done. I'm setting your case till Friday. If you have not brought me proof that you've done 2 classes, you will stay with me.
Yes, sir.
You understand? It's $10 each class.
Yes, sir.
See you Friday.
Yes, sir.
Friday.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Oh, I just felt like I should do it just once.
Also, there was
I mean,
So
that's lawyer.
I'm,
sitting until Friday.
Yeah.
Ladarian Harrison.
I need to make notes so I don't forget. Bear with me 1 second. So today's what, 5, 6?
So that guy was in for 2 DVs. One on his, I think his child's mother, and his other was on maybe his pregnant sister. That I saw his initial hearing last week, and man, this judge was not happy with him at all. And that's why he's like, you get done. And that's why he's gonna keep him if he doesn't. But Vaughn, you summed it up perfectly. He does have the dad, I'm disappointed in you voice. And I would cry in front of him. I just know myself.
Judge, I also have him last week, Ladarian Harrison. You wanted him here today. He drug tested. That's the one that we. But he's in Conroe and he texted me this morning. He does not have a ride to get here. I don't know if you want to
No, I'm revoking his bond. Okay.
carry him until Friday.
No. He's Monday, Thursday testing. That's
I
it.
understand.
No,
Okay,
over.
thank you, Judge.
I'm playing games. Hey. Eric. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have anyone else?
I thought you asked me.
Oh, no. Thank you, Carl. I appreciate it.
His bonds are revoked. You want him to surrender to it?
No, I'm not gonna play his game. He's supposed to be here. We made an agreement with him and that's it.
Maybe the flooding's keeping him away.
Okay.
And Monday she did.
Great.
Send it off.
What's the last name? That's right. Okay, so has she done a T-Rat yet?
She was not.
Today. Today. Let's send her to get it done today. And then after that, we'll set you off like 2.5 weeks to get all the rest of the jazz. Yeah.
I also have to talk about the house.
And who else?
Okay.
Okay,
Garcia, one.
okay.
Do you receive the email from Nathaniel Munier yesterday, Judge?
No.
Can we approach in the back? It's a little more personal.
Okay, let me talk to them first and then we
Then
can.
we'll, sure.
Yeah.
Thanks, Judge.
Judge, I'm here off docket. I have a cause number if you need it.
I tried to get in contact with you this weekend and I didn't have your number. I thought I had your number,
Okay.
but Nguyen has been sending me messages.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
He sent it over Facebook. And so,
Okay, I will,
no, I'll show you, but I think it's nothing bad. It's that he's sending.
still, Judge,
Let me show you.
oh, I'm sorry. It's 2-4.
I guess I'm sorry, it's from April.
It's for when he tried to run the mother of his baby, one of his kids, over before he went and did the whole parade thing, is my understanding. So it's about 40 minutes, supposedly. But until then, we're having fun with Judge Fleischer. Don't worry, guys. I muted him. I know I did. It's not one of those one times I muted it when I didn't know I did. Nothing's happening. I thought he might have a soft sit in front of him. We may have missed it because he's funny with those. He does not put up with them. When I came out of the pine trees yesterday, I could have said I had green tree substance all over me because I was covered in pollen. Maybe that's the white plant substance they were talking about a minute ago.
You take a look. Are you
I'm sorry, I had that
wanted to
muted
approach
for
about
you.
Nguyen? Is that what we're talking about?
He just asked her to friend him on Facebook. Can you friend me on Facebook?
Just clients being knuckleheads.
So he can send him something. Oh, that's hilarious. We're not friends already?
Okay, that's it.
What happened? I swear we were.
Okay, let me try to send this to you.
We've been friends, Jed. You must have unfriended me. It definitely is that. I would have just said, I thought we already were.
And then,
Okay.
did you get it?
Yes, Judge.
It'd been funny if she said, I can't find you.
It's something else. Okay. All right. Now, what did you want to say?
Okay, so I spoke with Ms. Sykes. Mr. Nguyen is doing the mental health diversion program. I spoke with Ms. Sykes on Friday.
Okay.
Walk in. He went Friday. The hiccup that we're having now is that the Harris Center sends all the updates in one monthly batch to the DA's office. So he's done the assessment. They're just waiting till the end of the month to send that over to the DA.
Is that all we're waiting on?
Yes.
And then after that, they're going to kick the case? Is that how it works?
Yes.
I guess set it for June 1st.
Okay, thank you, Judge. I also have an ex parte motion for funds and to seal.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I'll sign it for you. Always. Give you as much money as you want.
Sign it as their Facebook friends now.
Don't worry about it. As much money as you want. Okay. Mr. Kim, you ready? Okay. Hi, Shreya. Are you Corey Platter? Or is it Plater? Sir, you're wanted out of Illinois for failure to appear on a burglary charge. Are you waiting formal extradition, sir? All right, we wish you the best of luck. Thank you, Mr. Plater.
Good to go.
Hi, Mike. How are you?
Tuesday, Monday.
It's all, yeah. It's good though, right?
It says, I've got Emmanuel Sanders, he's on the docket tomorrow. He just finished his felony today. It's reset for trial. I've got a motion to adjudicate the claim in Montgomery County. Security.
For this Wednesday? Okay.
Thank you.
So just from tomorrow to Wednesday, right? Okay, you got it. So you set the case upstairs for trial?
Yes.
So we'll do the same here or what? Okay.
Unless they want to evaluate it, because they evaluated the assault case upstairs with the same complaining witness and dismissed it. So
So
we'll talk Wednesday. We'll talk Wednesday.
how far out did you get your jury trial setting?
July.
Sooner than that.
Oh, I know that, but that jury trial is not for the assault case. It's for the theft. Yeah, so be perfect.
Sorry, I muted myself. This is Judge Fleischer in Texas and Houston, Harris County, Texas. So we're just listening to him, watching him because he's funny and he's just and put up with anybody's crap while we wait for Darrell Brooks to finish up jury trial or jury selection. Yes, gentlemen, have a school.
Yes. I can. You're not in trouble, ma'am. We just need to do one more thing. So just, but I need your lawyer. I can't do it
Or
without
very
him.
sensible Ford
Come on up,
Estate.
counsel.
I'm not sure which.
Hey, what's up?
Just want to let you know I'm the VDV prosecutor here.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so-
Okay, great. Welcome. Yeah. Anything today or what?
I think we're gonna be going to ERD here in a little bit, so I just wanted to come in.
Great, fantastic.
So,
Yeah,
yeah.
wonderful. Okay, thanks. Yeah, we'll just be hanging out. I don't know what's going on now, but we still have a full house, so I don't know what's going on.
Looks like it.
Yeah,
Cool, especially the other courts. So.
okay.
The only thing that surprises me about this judge is his courtroom seems very chaotic, and he does not seem like the type of man that likes chaos at all. It's just very loud and just seems very chaotic to me. But I just maybe. Oh, I think the Yosemite Sam lawyer left. Although that last lawyer that was in front of him that said he had a jury trial upstairs, he also seemed like a good old Texas lawyer. He has all the funny lawyers. All right, they're looking stuff up. I can't put it up on the screen, Gabby, but I can see it.
What? Oh, no, no. Okay. Okay, who's next?
Hold on, I left you over.
I don't know, but can you not see him leaving court every day and just like, boom,
Let me
mic
check.
drop?
I think it did.
Yeah.
One extra.
Okay, alternate.
248537. Under D.
Be a sensible minivan driver too.
Yes, of course.
I'm just picturing
This
Ford parking
higher
lot.
maximum dope, he picked up this charge back in 2020, was after he was placed on probation.
What's the cause number?
247-3602.
I don't want you to feel like that.
Hey, Ramon Justice took off from DDRP. So,
The probation officer said like no further action, but because the warrant was just served.
I agree 100%, Gabby.
And it
That's
was for
hilarious.
possession of a controlled substance. But it happened back in August 3rd. of
yeah, it's
2020.
August 3rd of 22. Yeah, we can't ding him on that. No, it was before, so.
And then the last one for a new law violation is 247-4811.
Okay.
Those for criminal trespass.
Yeah,
Another motion.
yeah. So I think that, hey, I think that I'm gonna keep, so what I'm gonna do is on these dudes, I'm just gonna keep getting them and I'm gonna keep sending them to DDRP every single time. I'm just gonna keep sending them until they go. I'm just gonna keep doing it over and over and over until they finally take it.
Okay.
So that's what we're doing.
It's your probation.
Yeah, so that's it.
Okay, now when Mr. Robertson, he brought his child support contract, so they are supposed to have the 15 minutes from 7.
Yeah, that's the cat. Yeah, that's what it is.
She doesn't have a problem with him talking to the child. She doesn't want him talking to her. Like, she just wants it to be him and the kid.
Oh, that's right. I don't, wasn't my friend, so can't take the liberty. Can't go that.
Right, it's just, right. So do you remember having one of those? What's the cause number, Narc? No, that's,
247.
okay.
I have wondered the same thing.
00. Oh.
They're kind of the same but different.
It's wrong, okay. Let me.
She says she's fine, whatever, we do. She just wants to make sure he doesn't have like any contact with her.
So what we'll do is I'll tell him now that she will agree to the FaceTime. But if he tries to get in contact with her, what's up? Oh, James. If he tries to get in contact with her, he tries to talk to her, or tries to do anything, I'm gonna put his button there, and that's it. Hey, I need to give this to you. Let me just staple this real quick.
I don't know who they're talking about, but I want to see him.
Don't take it back, just so you can see. You can make a copy. He basically wants, yeah, come on up, Herman. He wants
a docket judge. He's asking for two, it's not that mature of a case. May I give you a cause number?
What is
247-5397. He
Might be
just
right.
needs a couple more weeks for entry into PTI.
9, 10, 11, 12.
We've done everything else.
9 months old, right?
Oh, well, he only hired us, with us, it's only 164 days. We did our due diligence to get him where he needs to be. I think we,
What do you want?
just 2 weeks.
Okay. Yeah. Hi, Mr. D. Let's do it. What, you said, what is it? What's the last name, Mr. D?
Wabiowski, am I pronouncing it right, Mr.? You say I'm not. How you pronounce it? Wabiowski?
It's words of
Oh, my bad.
You were completely opposite.
Not, ma'am.
Yes, sir, no, sir.
You sure that you want to do this, ma'am? Are you sure you want to do this?
Do it. Yes, I'm sure. Yes, sir.
What's happening now, ma'am, is you're charged with theft. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and a $2,000 fine. And the problem is that once you plead guilty to something, you're stuck with this forever. You can never change. This isn't Target where you can return it because you don't like it. You're stuck with this forever, and you're branded a thief for the rest of your life. Where
Yes, sir.
you try to get a job, you think it's going to be easy.
Not necessarily. Yes, sir.
No, it's not necessary. It's no, because people have a very hard time hiring thieves. It's up to you, though. If you want to do this,
Yes,
you're the driver. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and a $2,000 fine. You give up a lot of rights by entering into this agreement. You give up the right to a trial, right to compel witnesses to testify on your behalf, confront and cross-examine your accusers. If you're not a citizen, there are possible immigration consequences. You can be deported, excluded from the country, denied naturalization under federal law. You give up the right to appeal. So, like I said, once you do this, you were stuck with this forever. There's no buyer's remorse here. I don't know if you have any prior thefts from any other jurisdictions, but if you do, this now makes two.
Yeah,
A third theft, you're looking at a felony offense. Years.
Scared to death.
I'm sure I want to do it.
From now on, though, you now have this going on your record. And from now on, you'll be facing a minimum of 30 days in jail for any type of case you pick up.
Okay.
Do you understand? You still want to do this?
Yeah, yes, sir.
How do you plead to the offense, man? I will find you guilty. I will send you to 3 days in jail. I'll give you credit for the 2 days that you've done. Good luck to you, man.
Sam said, don't worry, you don't book 3 days credit for 2.
That way.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, he yelled at the guy in shorts. I don't know that hers was much better.
Hi, Lori.
Like, to return this guilty verdict, please. Or this guilty plea.
Hey.
Mr. Morales, he is asking for an ankle monitor. Even if,
No.
even if we do release him, in order to release him to the Harris Center, like we do, you have to do a pretrial.
Yeah, I know.
Pretrial release bond. And even if, when he goes to the Harris Center, he can be, once he gets there, he can leave.
I get it.
So,
But I'm still not going to release him on his own. On his own, it's got to be to the Harris Center. I know what you're saying, and if that's the case, then I'm going to admonish him not to. But
okay.
hey, Gilbert.
Question on Miss Cindy Luna. I just need to write the attorney record on the case. First appearance here.
You said Luna. Yeah, it's 45. You can do whatever you want. We'll just give you a reset. Yeah, just a normal reset. Just admonish her that I'll waive the appearance just to stay in contact with you if she gets out. And thanks.
I do hope once they finish with jury selection, since Darrell Brooks is supposed to start around noon, that they're like, no, not time for lunch. If they are, we'll find something else. We'll come back to
You dismissed Nguyen.
Yeah, we have confirmation, Judge, that he made his appointment.
Okay, great. Did you tell Anna that you dismissed her?
And that came to me, so she.
Okay.
Are you Facebook friends?
Hmm? Yes, yeah. I'm signing everything now. Hi, Kendra.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
I'm here for Marquina Alvarado. I know he's set today for bond forfeiture, but I was wondering if we can,
It's for bond forfeiture. He's supposed to be here today,
I
right?
know, he said he's in the hospital.
Prove it. I'm not gonna take his word for it. So show me some kind of proof and then I'll do something, but he already escaped out on us once, and that's why we gave him the courtesy to give him the bond forfeiture setting today.
Like some.
Some admission with his name and date of birth. Otherwise, I'm revoking his bond.
I will cut your grass as long as your trees aren't full of
And
pollen.
then-
I mean, we already gave him the courtesy for today, you know, Kendra? We already gave him the courtesy today.
If you send me, I'll come back and tell you.
Yeah, just let me know.
Thank you.
You have my phone number.
Yeah.
Eric, you ready? Or
Actually,
do
I
you want to
don't
wait in
mind
line for the
mowing.
reset first? Okay, do that and then
I
we'll
like
talk.
mowing. It just takes a long time. I know, Bob. He's in the hospital. Prove it. He's on life support. Prove it.
Yeah, I think he's trying to get a reset first, but yeah. Hey, good morning.
Your
Yeah,
Honor.
hi.
I'm actually approaching off docket, Charles Baker. Okay, and if you don't mind, may I give you the cause number?
Yes, ma'am.
It's 2500727.
Cheryl, okay.
Your Honor, he is here if you'd like for him to come up, but just wanted to let you know that the feds came in and arrested him a couple of days ago, like last week. And so he's been indicted in federal court.
What?
I don't have all the information yet. I did talk to your prosecutor. He said possibly robbing an ATM. I'm not really sure though. I'm not really sure, but
Right. Okay, so this is one of those, the smash and grab ATMs, and they thought, wow, I can't believe that. No.
yeah.
Possibly.
Possibly. So he does have a monitor, ankle monitor that the feds have given him. So now he has two. So we're just asking that you all.
Mm-mm, no. No, I want to know that if he's behaving himself too. He's got 3 open felonies, you know, and a misdemeanor, and now a federal case.
Okay, so let
And
me,
we were taking stuff off.
let me ask you this, Judge. So your monitor involves home arrest, right? Now, the feds kicked in his door, so he's had to move, which you should have received an email from people about that. He had to
Oh,
actually-
I just got back. I was out of town for the last 2 days, and so I didn't.
Yeah, he was evicted from his apartment because the federal government kicked down his door, so they evicted him. So pre-trial, kind of let you know what's going on.
So how did he's already out? When did this happen? Not yet. And he's already out of federal custody on a bank robbery charge.
Your guy said it was possible bank robbery. I have not confirmed it. I have not confirmed it. He did bring me some paperwork, and so I can certainly provide that for the court. But I was just saying, he's on house arrest. Well, yeah, he's not on house arrest. He's gonna need to move.
What conditions did the feds put on?
I'm not sure, can I give this?
Yeah, sure.
No, I'll reapproach.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, hurry, lady, because we want to know too. I know, but you know what, Gabby? Sometimes they still get away with it. This whole mask thing. kind of
Hey,
brought
Mr.
a new
Fleming, we
element
did
to
your
it.
case already. I mean, you guys are good to go. Yeah, yeah. Okay, I think I've signed all the conditions. Melissa, I think I've signed all the conditions.
Slow down.
All right, guys. Old Darrell's up. I looked over and it had started. It has not been the time they said. So I apologize. That means we can skip ahead. There is no sound, just so everybody doesn't freak out. That I'm aware that it's not muted. You sound thick. So last time he was in that wheelchair.
Darrell Brooks Jr., 21 CF 4596, 21 CF 5020. Appearances, please.
Matthew Torbinson and Shelley Grosso appear for the state. Good morning, Your Honor.
Attorney Russell Jones on behalf of Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks is present in court, Your Honor. Injury clothing. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Hi, Mr. Brooks.
Hello, Your Honor.
Oh, wow. He's being respectful even.
We are here. It is the day that our trial was scheduled, but I have plea paperwork and I understand that the parties have reached an agreement. Mr. Torbinson, do you want to put the state's offer on the record?
Are you serious?
Case ending 4596. The state anticipates Mr. Brooks entering a no contest plea to count 3, second-degree recklessly endangering safety as an act of domestic abuse. Based upon that plea to count 3, the remaining charges would be dismissed and read in for consideration at sentencing. As to case ending 5020, the state anticipates Mr. Brooks entering a plea of no contest to count 1, felony intimidation of a victim. Based upon that plea, the state would move the court to dismiss and read in the remaining 2 charges for consideration of sentencing. At the time of sentencing, the state will recommend that the court sentence Mr. Brooks to a substantial term in the Wisconsin state prison system. We leave the ultimate interpretation of that to the sound discretion of the court. The defense would be completely free to argue for the appropriate sentence.
It also contemplates the amended information's not being filed.
Okay. Mr. Torbinson, you talked about count 3 as charged, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Mr. Jones, is that your understanding of the state's offer?
Yes, Your Honor, and I actually did an attachment of an email string between the state and I for clarity of the record.
Okay, I appreciate that. And
I had Mr. Brooks' initial next to the offer section.
great. You're planning or anticipating that it will be a no contest plea. Do you want to make a record as to why that is rather than a guilty plea?
Yes, Your Honor. My client is entering a no contest plea. In those discussions, I indicated that he understands that he'll be found guilty, but he is standing silent as to, or sorry, he's not contesting the allegations because of potential civil liability, which he may or may not be exposed to with respect to these charges, and therefore we've negotiated a no contest plea. But I will tell you that he understands he'll be found guilty. This is not a maintaining of innocence thing. This has an issue. This is a legal decision based upon potential civil liability.
All right. And the state that was part of your offer, and you are willing to accept a no contest plea for those purposes?
I am understanding that the victim, Ms. Patterson, can still seek restitution in these matters if she so wishes. We are not objecting.
All right. All right. And the court is willing to accept it for the reasons that have been stated on the record. The named victim will have the opportunity to put in a request for restitution that is separate from a civil liability thing. It's so that will still be a potential that will be part of this. So, Mr. Brooks, it is my understanding that you are planning to enter a guilty plea today to
no
2
contest.
charges. See, I told you I would do it.
I know you did.
It is habit. I apologize. A no contest plea to 2 of these charges that are pending against you. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Have you had any drugs or alcohol in the past 24 hours?
No, Your Honor.
Are you on any medications?
No, Your Honor.
Are there any medications you're supposed to be taking that you have not taken?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
Are you sure?
So you've been charged with a number of counts in each of these cases. It's my understanding that you're going to enter a guilty plea to the 2, or sorry, did it again, no contest plea to the 2, and then the other charges will be dismissed and read in. What that means is for the dismissed and read in counts, you will not face any penalty for those, nor will you have a conviction for them. However, when we get to sentencing, the state will make their argument as to the facts of the case, and they can argue the facts that relate to those dismissed and read in charges And I can take those into consideration when I sentence you on the 2 that you entered the no contest plea to and that you were ultimately found guilty of. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So for the 2 that you are going to enter the no contest plea on, the first is a second-degree recklessly endangering safety with a domestic abuse assessment. That means that it is a Class G felony, and for that you face the potential penalty of a fine of up to $25,000 and imprisonment of not more than 10 years or both. That 10 years is broken down into 2 parts, 5 years initial confinement and 5 years extended supervision as a maximum. Do you understand that's what you're facing?
Yes, Your Honor.
In addition to that, because of the nature of the crime, that this is someone that you have been involved in a domestic relationship with, or either resided with, or have a child with, you would face the domestic abuse assessment for that, which is just an additional $100 penalty that would apply against you, as well as a federal ban on ever possessing a firearm. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And then on the count 1 felony intimidation of a victim, that you're going to enter the no contest plea on in case 21 CF 5020. That is also a Class G felony, potential penalty of a fine of up to $25,000 and imprisonment of not more than 10 years or both, broken into that 5 years initial confinement and 5 years extended supervision piece. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you also understand that if you were to be sentenced to prison, you would have to serve in prison each day imposed as initial confinement, because initial confinement time is not reduced by good time or by parole?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you further understand that when we get to sentencing, I was not part of any negotiations, so I'm not bound by anybody's offer or recommendation. I will listen to what the state has to say, anything that the alleged victim has to say, either in writing or in person or in, I guess, any other form. Anything that your attorney says, anything that you say, and anyone who speaks on your behalf. I will take all of those things into consideration, and then I'll sentence you as I see fit, which could be up to and including the maximum penalty. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you also understand that because these charges are felonies, once you are convicted, there's some additional consequences, including the fact that you will never be allowed to possess a firearm at any time in the future. You may not vote in any election until your civil rights are restored. You will have to provide a DNA specimen to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab for DNA testing. And because these are violent felonies as defined under Wisconsin law, you may never possess body armor at any time in the future. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you also understand that if you are not a citizen of the United States of America, the plea of guilty or no contest for this offense with which you were charged may result in deportation, the exclusion from admission of this country, or the denial of naturalization under federal law? Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you further understand that if you enter a no contest plea, you will be giving up all the same rights as if you had pled guilty? And at the end of this, even if you enter a no contest plea, I will find you guilty of these crimes. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So what is your plea then in 21 CF 4596 of second degree recklessly endangering safety with the domestic abuse assessment?
No contest, Your Honor.
All right. And in 21 CF 5020, intimidation, felony intimidation of a victim.
No contest, Your Honor.
All right. Now I have in front of me your plea questionnaire and waiver of rights form. Did you go over that with Mr. Jones and sign off on it today?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
Do you understand that when you say no contest, rather than asking for a trial, you give up a number of constitutional rights that are guaranteed to you? Those include your right to remain silent and not incriminate yourself, the right to see and cross-examine the state's witnesses, as well as call witnesses on your own behalf and have them come to court to testify for you, the right to actually have a trial, which could be a jury trial where 12 people sit together, listen to the evidence, and then must agree as to each element prior to reaching a decision, or a court trial where the judge listens to the evidence and makes a decision. And finally, the right to make the state prove you guilty by evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that you committed the crimes charged. Do you understand you give up all those rights when you say no contest rather than asking for a trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you also realize you're giving up the right to raise any motions, such as suppression of the evidence, identification of you as the person who committed the crime, suppression of any statement you may have made, or any challenges to the information or the complaint?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you also realize you're giving up the right to raise certain defenses you might have, such as insanity, self-defense, intoxication, alibi, coercion, and necessity?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did anyone make any threats or promises to get you to enter into these pleas today?
No, Your Honor.
Did you read and understand the criminal complaints that were filed in these cases?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you discuss with your attorney the elements of these offenses?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
Do you understand that if we had a trial, the state would have to prove as to the second-degree recklessly endangering safety that on November 2nd, 2021, at 7311 West Capitol Drive, that you endangered the safety of another human being, that you endangered the safety of another by criminally reckless conduct. That criminally reckless conduct means that the conduct created the risk of death or great bodily harm to another person, and the risk of death or great bodily harm was unreasonable and substantial, and you were aware that your conduct created the unreasonable and substantial risk of death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means serious bodily injury, injury which creates a substantial risk of death or which causes serious permanent disfigurement or which causes a permanent or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ or other serious bodily injury is great bodily harm. Do you understand that's what they would have to prove at trial if we had a trial in this matter?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you
Trial.
understand
I have
that by
cameras.
pleading no contest, you are admitting that you believe that the state has adequate evidence upon which they could convict you, and you are opting not to challenge that evidence. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. As to count 1 in 21 CF 5020, do you understand that's the felony intimidation of a victim, that if we had a trial in that matter, the state would have to prove that between November 5th, 2021 and November 15th of 2021, from 949 North 9th Street, that, what are the initials? EP?
Yes.
EAP was the victim of a crime, that you prevented, dissuaded, attempted to prevent, or attempted to dissuade EAP from reporting the crime to any law enforcement agency, and that you acted knowingly and maliciously. Do you understand that's what they'd have to prove as to the felony intimidation of a victim?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you understand that by entering that no contest plea, you are admitting that the state has adequate evidence that they could use to convict you of that, and you are opting not to challenge it. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you had enough time to go over this case with your attorney?
Yes, I have, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with his representation?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Do you have any questions, or are you confused about anything we're doing here today?
No, Your Honor.
Are you pleading no contest because, again, you understand the state has adequate evidence upon which they could use to convict you, and you are opting not to challenge that evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
And are you entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Jones, have you gone over the plea questionnaire and waiver of rights forms with your client?
I did.
Are you satisfied that your client understands the nature of the charges, the elements, the maximum penalties, and all of the rights that he's giving up by pleading no contest, including the fact that he will be found guilty, and also including any possible motions or defenses?
Yes, Your Honor. And to that end, I also handed Mr. Brooks about 100 and some pages of reports today, just so we would have them. The witness list, the amended information, and there's additional documents I'll be sending to him. Although he has them on digital format, I wanted him to have them in paper format. We went through the no contest discussions. We also had a discussion, not just today in your bullpen, but also, and I'm not getting into the substance of it, but also on Saturday, we were able to have a fruitful conversation. So I think that Mr. Brooks is doing this knowingly and voluntarily.
All right. Are you satisfied that alcohol, medication, or drugs are not affecting your client's ability to understand what he's doing in court today?
I am.
Are you satisfied the plea is being made freely, voluntarily, and intelligently?
I am.
Are you aware of any reason in law why I should not accept this plea?
No.
Does the state consent to the jury waiver?
We do.
All right. The court approves the waiver and finds that the defendant is entering this plea freely, voluntarily, intelligently, and with full understanding of the nature of the charge, the maximum possible penalties, and all of the rights being given up by pleading no contest, and the court accepts that plea. Mr. Jones, may the court use the facts in the criminal complaints to stand as the factual basis?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Brooks, you said that you read and understood the criminal complaints. Are you agreeing that you believe that the state could prove that those facts are true, and therefore you are opting not to challenge them with your no contest plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
The court finds that there's a factual basis for the acceptance of your plea, and based on your pleas of no contest, the court now finds you guilty of the offense of second-degree recklessly endangering safety with the domestic abuse assessment, and felony intimidation of a victim in the manner and form as charged in the information, and I judge you convicted as of today's date, and I order judgment of conviction to be entered into the record. Is the state moving to dismiss and read in the 21 CF 4596 counts 1, 2, 4, and 5?
Yes, and counts 2 and 3 on 5020.
Okay, you got there before I did. That's fine. All right, those will be dismissed and read in for the purposes of sentencing. It is my understanding that we're setting sentencing off for another date. We will select that date in just a moment. At the time of sentencing, Mr. Brooks, and I am going to keep this. This was, I had this case in the domestic violence court. I came to another assignment, but I kept it because I had done much work on it, and I thought for continuity it was best. I will be transferring to another assignment in August. If we get a date before that date, I am specifically keeping this case. I will see it through. So at the time of sentencing, I am willing to listen to oral statements of counsel as well as anything that you have to say, Mr. Brooks, as well as EAP. If you would like to have a friend or a relative speak on your behalf, I'm more than happy to talk to that person. If there's more than one person who wants to do that, they should put their comments in writing and get them to Mr. Jones so he can electronically file them at least 3 days prior to that sentencing. If there are issues of restitution, that will be determined at sentencing if possible. Is there a request for a pre-sentence investigation?
No.
No.
All right. And
I'm not moving for remand. I normally would in a case like this, but given where Mr. Brooks is serving a sentence and my understanding that Mr. Brooks wants to return back to Boscobel, I'm not asking for remand.
Right, I agree with that.
Correct.
Generally, I would remand someone given the seriousness of the charges that you just entered into and that what the state's recommendation of substantial prison would be. But given your situation, I don't want you to have to be held in the Milwaukee County Jail rather than returning to the prison setting where you have been housed. So I am not going to remand for that specific reason. I know you will be held. That is the court's goal, that you be held in custody, just not necessarily here. So
thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. All right, so I have some
Really
warnings
like
for
his
you.
prison cell.
You may not have any firearms as you are now a convicted felon. The maximum possible penalty you face for violation of that is a $25,000 fine and a 10-year period of imprisonment. You cannot vote until your civil rights are restored. You may not possess body armor, and any no contact order remains in place at least until after sentencing. All right, we will select a sentencing date, and I will see you then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Nope, no trial. Christine.
Parties available August 9th at 9 o'clock.
No, that week I can do any of Monday, Tuesday, or the Wednesday, not the Thursday or Friday.
That week is not good for this court.
Okay, then the following week is a good week for me, except for Monday.
Okay.
Generally,
August 16th, 9 o'clock.
that'll work.
Works for the state.
Yes.
Next court date will be August 16th at 9 o'clock for sentencing.
Friday, August 16th.
You know, that is the second time that has happened to me in a week. Where I'm like, all right, we'll just watch something because there's not a lot going on unless it's Karen Reed or Chad Daybell. And then they have taken pleas right at the start of trial. Yeah, we can go back to the other courtroom now. You know what's funny is everybody must have been happier with that because everybody left when I left. So give me a sec. But yeah, he just took a plea. It was like a big nothing. It was a big no point in that. Yeah, I don't have anything else to do. So we'll watch this until we can't, and then we'll figure it out. Because old Darrell.
You got it.
My plans.
Oh, no, it's probably,
I know what you're talking
is it, it must be the day after?
about. Yeah, it was one of those login, I believe, and he said.
I have it set for an arraignment, which is weird, Brent, as opposed to non-trial.
Everyone was recalling correctly. We did a walkthrough. You said
Yeah,
we did.
right. Okay, so we'll just give you a normal reset.
July 8th through the 11th.
Oops, I didn't mean to show that. I meant to edit it.
Did you hear that?
She said July
8th through the 11th-ish, whatever you want.
Let's go ahead and do the 8th.
Okay, it's a waived appearance.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
So just keep us in the loop, okay?
Yeah, we're making progress. We've got the videos, but I got a few more things I've got to get, but hopefully we'll have what we need by that next.
Brent, I trust you. Whatever you need,
Thanks,
you got it.
Appreciate it. Y'all have a good day.
Thanks, bud.
De La Garza?
De La Garza on 8, Your Honor.
De La Garza, do you have a lawyer today? No. What are you doing about that? Do you work?
You just say, I don't know.
Sorry?
Sometimes when I get from work.
When's the last time you had a full-time job? It's been what, 5 years since you've had a full-time job? How do you eat? You look like you're perfectly capable to work. Do you have anything that's barring you from working?
Sometimes the way.
What do you really do all day? Nothing?
I look for a job, but where the area where I am, not a time, not much work.
Can you imagine just getting stared down by him like he was just doing? Like, I'm just trying to figure out what I'm going to do with you. Yeah, look. Not contest. You guys are letting me not correcting my banner.
What is he doing here? Will you refresh my memory, please, Mr. De La Garza's case?
This is the theft case, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Responding to Houston Map Company. Wednesday, he and his wife owns a food truck, and he noticed that one of the generators was missing.
I remember this one.
Employees informed him that Chanel still worked with generators. Defendant caught on the handlebar cameras taking the generators.
I think he's shaking his head no.
How do you support yourself, Mr. De La Garza?
Save money a little bit.
So let me ask you, why do the people of Harris County get to pay for a lawyer for you when you don't do anything all day? How is that fair? Huh?
I'm trying my best.
How?
Looking for a job, but it's hard to be homeless. It's hard to be nowhere to take a shower. It's hard to be nowhere to go back home and eat.
Do you have a drug or alcohol problem?
No.
If you want me to give you a lawyer, I'm gonna make you get a job. I'm now making it a condition of your bond to get full-time employment. If the people of Harris County are gonna pay for a lawyer for you, you're gonna work for it. You understand? And I want proof in 2 weeks of what you've done to get a job. If you have done nothing, it's not gonna go well. You understand? Done. I will give you a lawyer today, but you're back here in 2 weeks to show me what you've done to get a job. If you've done nothing, I'm telling you, you and I are not gonna be dancing.
Oh, you're going to be dancing.
I have an application already on file. So
Around the
I'm gonna
ring.
reach out to the MAC now. I'll have you sign a reset with Ramona. After that, have a seat for me in the jury box, sir.
Surprised he didn't drive.
We have Luis here. We have a Spanish arraignment, Martinez on page 21.
Got it.
Martinez.
Please. Please.
He ran out of here so quick earlier, I didn't get.
Buen día, gracias.
Mr. Luis, always, always.
Sí,
Are you Maria Guadalupe Martinez?
¿Es usted?
sí, sí, sí.
Ma'am, you're charged with assault of a family member.
Acusada de agresión a miembros de familia.
You're facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present during questions and interviews with the state of Texas. If you cannot afford a lawyer will be appointed to represent you.
Your Honor, the complainant witness and the defendant are married and have lived together for 6 months. On April 20, 2024, the complainant arrived at his home in Harris County in a friend's car. The defendant exited the house and was mad that the CW had gotten a ride from another person. The defendant then entered the front passenger seat of the car, started a verbal argument with the complainant about complainant's past infidelity. The defendant bit complainant in his right forearm, causing complainant to feel pain and leaving red bite marks. The defendant also scratched CW in the right shoulder, tearing CW's shirt, causing him to feel pain and leaving visible scratch marks.
Rasguños visibles, marcas de rasguños visibles.
Ms. Martinez,
Señora Martínez, ¿pueden fallar que hay causa razonable para continuar adelante con su caso?
Tell me, are you a
Dígame,
United
¿usted
States
es una
citizen?
ciudadana americana?
No, señor, soy residente.
No, I'm a resident.
I don't know if you are or
No
not,
sé si usted lo es o
but
no.
I'm going to tell you
Le
now,
voy a decir a ustedes de ahora.
criminal cases you pick up, the higher likelihood you have of that permission being
Permiso
revoked.
se ha revocado. ¿Entendió?
Not only that,
No solo eso.
I'm putting conditions
Le
on your
estoy
bond
poniendo
now.
condiciones sobre su
If I
fianza.
find that you violate these conditions, I will put you in jail. You will not get any more PR
No
bonds.
recibir ninguna otra fianza
And if
personal.
there's any kind of problem with your paperwork
Problema con su
and
papel.
immigration finds you,
Yo la
they
encuentro.
will put a detainer on you. You will remain in custody until immigration is done with you,
Termine
which is the better part of 9 months.
hasta unos 9 meses.
Do you understand?
¿Usted entiende?
Do not violate these conditions. You will not get another warning from me.
Recibir otra advertencia de parte mía.
Sí, señor.
Sure.
And believe him when he says you won't get another warning from him. I don't think you will.
I'm entering now what's called a magistrate's order for emergency protection that identifies Bruno Gallegos as a protected individual. You cannot commit family violence or an assault against this person. Commit an act in furtherance of an offense under section 42.072 of the Texas Penal Code, which is the stalking statute. You cannot threaten, harass, use another person to communicate a threat or harassing behavior. You cannot be in possession of a weapon or go within 200 feet of 7921 Graves Street, Apartment A. If you violate this condition with this court order, the state can file an additional charge of violation of a protective order against you. And that's one of the worst cases you can pick
Uno de
up.
los peores casos que podría obtener.
Until I know
Hasta que yo
that
sepa
he wants to have
que
contact
quiere
with you,
tener contacto con usted,
I'm ordering you not to have
Sure.
contact with him.
contacto con él. That is fine, sir.
What do you do for a living,
¿Qué
man?
se dedica? ¿En qué trabaja?
La limpieza.
Cleaning.
How much money do you
¿Qué
earn a
tanto
month?
dinero gana por mes? Around $2,000 more or less.
Do you have any children?
¿Tiene hijos?
En México.
En México.
So you don't support
No
anyone
los
here
mandan
then?
no mandan.
Sí.
No, los apoya, yes.
You support here.
¿A quién apoya aquí? ¿Quién más tiene
Aquí, aquí a nadie.
Here, nobody.
So you can afford a lawyer then?
¿Podría pagar por su propio abogado?
Puedo trabajar por ello.
Let's do this.
Try to work and do it.
Go out,
Hagamos.
see if you're able to do it. If not, come back and then we can talk.
Vuelva aquí y lo hablamos de nuevo.
Perfecto.
For now, don't violate these conditions, man.
Las condiciones de fianza.
I will have you come up here. Well, first, I'm going to have you sign a reset with Ramona. After that, we're going to get all the bond conditions ready. We'll have you take a seat in the jury box while we get them ready. After they're done, we'll have you sign it, and then you'll be free to go.
Firme y se puede ir.
Sí,
Thank
señor.
you. Gracias, Felicia.
Gracias.
Please, ma'am.
Judge bond conditions?
Yeah, no contact, no weapons, please.
Yes, sir. Follow.
That's to stay away from the home as well.
Well, that's to the mower. Do you have the rip done? Do we know if he wants to have contact with him?
We do not have the rest of that.
Okay. What is your name, sir?
Nicholas Mendoza. 24, Your Honor.
Mr. Mendoza, do you have a lawyer today?
Not right now.
Tell me what you're doing about that.
I'm still doing research and I'm still like collecting money, like getting money,
So you need more time? You'll have a lawyer?
if it's possible.
Yes, we'll give you more time. We'll give you 30 days. When you come back, please have a lawyer, sir. All right? Please, just hang tight. Let's make sure that she's.
He needed one of your butterfly clips for his bangs, Gabby.
Hey, I've got a bunch of MRPs for you to sign. Please. We're gonna have like 3 or 4 now. I've got one now waiting and then we'll have another like 3 or 4, so.
I just want to approach on a reset for my client.
Oh, who's your guy?
Afton Dyersburg.
Oh,
Um,
what happened with Ms. Deesberg?
She was accepted in the PTI program by
Okay.
Mr. Beadle, and she's going to do the TRAS today.
Right? Okay, so we'll set you off like 2 weeks to get the contract and all that jazz.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. While we're waiting, can I give you a cost number? I need you to do a site release. I need you to read me PC, please. 2 to 2.5 weeks.
An agreement where, you know, his mom answers the phone, she just doesn't want him to like. freak out on her.
Well, wait, I thought that like he would call over there and that they would answer the phone. And I mean, what I had imagined was that he would call the number and then just, is it a son or daughter?
It's a daughter.
So-
She's 2.
2, I mean, how, so a 2-year-old can't answer the phone?
No, but both of them said she's okay with hanging up the phone as far as answering is the mom. But no one
Right.
in her family wants to be involved with him.
No one with her family.
Mhm.
Okay, right.
So she's okay with his mom, I guess, initiated the call, she says about them. and they talk about it.
Okay. I guess so. Let him know that that's the way it's got to be, that his mom calls.
No contact at all. Do you want to keep it that way, or do you-
Yes, no, he's not allowed to have contact with her. That's it. I mean, I don't care what, I mean, the only way that this can happen is his mom is the middleman, middle woman, I guess, right? And is the intermediary to make this thing work. If mom's not around, it ain't gonna happen. So I guess just let him know that, right? Yeah, but just admonish, let him know that it's gotta be mom and that she's gotta be there to make the call. They'll put their phone in front of the 2-year-old. I guess, I'm guessing that the,
He would just be upset that the daughter wouldn't stay still. Now, I just don't-
it's a 2.
What do you expect?
Mr. Robinson, come up.
About to get in trouble, I think. Oh, never mind. There was a guy on there. He needed your.
You know, we were talking with
Hang
Shatoria
on.
how to make this conversation work. Your daughter's 2. 2-year-olds don't know how to sit down in one place and have an intelligent conversation. They can't. 2-year-olds can't sit still for more than 2 seconds. They don't. I've had 4 2-year-olds. They can't even go to the bathroom with it. No. So if you think that you're gonna phone call this child and she's gonna sit there for 15 minutes and talk to you, it ain't gonna happen. You're lucky if you're gonna get 3 minutes with a 2-year-old, or she's gonna sit still. So what we were saying is your mom makes the phone call to the phone number. They answer the phone. They'll put the phone in front of the 2-year-old, but you have to have patience with the 2-year-old. You don't expect that kid to sit there and for 15 minutes to talk to you. It's not going to happen. Be realistic, you know? Don't get mad at mom if for her to try to control the child to sit there for 15 minutes. It's just not going to work. When the child gets older, it'll be more so. But at 2, I'm saying you're lucky to get 3 minutes. So you have to also be realistic with this, you know? Let me ask you this. Have you ever been able to try to get in-person visitation?
We take 5 days each with the child. I have her for 5 days, and mom will have her for 5 days.
When does that happen?
I have her today. I give her back to the mom today. She has the beginning of the week. I have her kind of at the end of the week.
So when did the phone calls take place?
Tuesdays and Fridays for the 2 days that we're not with the child. I'm not gonna be here for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So I get to see her, FaceTime her tomorrow, and I get to FaceTime her Friday for that 15 minutes. So I don't see her at all for 5 days, and it's the same thing for her when it's my turn.
Just be patient. It's a 2-year-old, so don't get mad at mom if the 2-year-old gets up and wants to go play with toys. Really, it's not her fault, you know. And what we've seen here, and I'm telling you now, you're lucky that you're even getting contact, because what we see here, so many people are so vicious and just so. They just don't give a rat's behind about there's the other parent, you know? So really be patient with the 2-year-old. It's not their fault. It's their 2. Okay. So with that in mind, your mom has to be the intermediary. She makes the phone call to try to make this thing happen. If mom's not there, it's not going to happen. The mom doesn't want anything to do with you.
Oh, my mom's gonna do the FaceTime? Okay.
Yeah, because
I was confused for a second.
It's okay, but their whole family, they don't want anything to do with you. So beware, if you're going to try to ask her for, I guess, a favor, it's not going to happen. That's why I'm saying it's got to be your mom. And then hopefully, if you stay on course for a long time and it works well, time heals all wounds. You know, perhaps with time, your ex will be more amenable to talk to you. But with the harassment, all you're doing is you're pushing her further away. Okay? Get mom, use mom. If mom's not there to do it, you're going to have to find some kind of backup and let us know so we can contact, what's her name? So we can contact Michaela to let her know mom's not available, but we've got a workaround to help for the phone call. Just she don't want to talk to you. That's it.
I'm trying to get it straight. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's your phone.
The 2 FaceTimes that I have for her, it won't be me seeing the child. It'll be my mom.
Your mom will answer the phone and then.
Oh, okay. My mom's gonna take care of that situation.
Right.
When the baby's on the phone, my mom like, here you go.
Correct.
Okay, now I understand it.
Your mom answers the phone, gets it, and then gives it to you.
Okay. Yes,
so that way you have no contact with Michaela whatsoever.
nothing. Yes, sir.
He wasn't
And then
worried.
when I'm done, I say, hey, mom, hang up.
Right. That's it.
Okay.
If mom's not around, it's not going to work.
I'm gonna take that.
You're going to have to either find a second person for us to let Michaela know, or it's the phone call's just not going to happen.
I totally understand.
Okay. Any other questions?
So I understand.
I think we're good. Right? Okay.
So how does the transfer work when they?
It's got to be an intermediary as well.
We mostly do a civil standby. I don't even know, like, she parks here, I park here, and the cop walks the child to her. I might have been in my close range.
Well, it's been working, right?
Sir.
Okay, just keep it up.
She doesn't say I do nothing to her, it's just the technology.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Good luck.
He should have said, your mom has
I
to
don't
be
know.
there, because
You said you wanted to give me a call number to do something.
No.
just using mom, it's like, sounded like the child's mom. I get why he was confused.
Second appearance,
Okay.
Salinas on page 29.
Okay, we'll do that after this.
So I think he's almost done. And we'll figure out something else. Remind me.
Good morning, Ms. Salinas.
Like,
Do you have
I
a
want to
lawyer
tell you
today?
I
something
don't,
that
but I
Darrell
do,
Brooks
I
had
wanted to
said.
ask if I could have a little bit more time.
Of course you can,
I
Emma.
was doing my research and I went yesterday and I found my guy. The thing is that I don't have the money to pay him.
What do you do for a living, ma'am? What does that mean?
Hospitality, hors d'oeuvres, country clubs, temp, like events.
Who do you work for?
I work for a,
Okay. How much money do you make a month?
it gives or take, like, it's a temp agency, so, you know, when they have work, they'll let me know, you know? So
On average, how much money do you make a month?
I would say like $1,200.
A month? Do you have any children?
I do, but they don't live with me.
Who's got custody of your kids?
My sister-in-law.
Do you provide
Two
support?
of them. Yes, sir.
Is it court order? Is it,
Yes, sir.
so they take money out of your check or how does that
Yes,
work?
automatic.
Okay. You want to apply for an appointed lawyer?
I try to do, see, okay, another thing, I mentioned Mark.
I don't want the drama. It's just a yes.
And so I just said, I'll just pay for one. So,
It's up to you. I mean, what we can do this, I can send you home with the paperwork. You can take a look at it, fill it out at your own leisure,
okay,
or you can hire someone and I'll leave it at you.
okay, and then I'll have that reset, and then I'll have.
You can either go hire a lawyer, or if you don't want to, just fill out the paperwork and let us see it. We'll take a look at it. Yeah? Okay. All right. What? Oh, damn it. No, I didn't mean to. Let me unsign it. Can you delete it? Yeah, just delete it.
Yes.
Can you find the ending day and night and Marcus Robinson?
Neil, can you unsign it? We're gonna just delete it. That was the gentleman who just walked out. We're not gonna issue the motion to revoke. If you can. Mr. Cager.
Good morning,
Hey, bud.
I'm Ms. Harris. This is the girl who was on bond for theft. She picked up a face ID. And they gave a PR bond and he took it. And I was trying to see which bond did you take? I didn't know for sure. I was trying to ask the judge to set another bond for her. And for
So she's got a theft from February.
Yes.
Then she picks up a robbery in March.
Yeah.
And then in April, she picks up another theft in the failure ID.
But the robbery is really, it's a theft, but they're gonna get dismissed, y'all. Because what happened was, the girl, I'm not saying they were stealing.
She picked up 4 different cases. I'm not giving her a PR bond. She picked up 4 cases.
I'm asking for bond, that's what.
Oh, there is.
It looked like it was, I think it was revoked, so they got bond set up, right? Cause I think it revoked it, that's why she's still in jail.
She's in jail because she hasn't made the $20,000 robbery bond. And I have the first theft at 5,001, and then the robberies at 20,000.
Well, I'm gonna move that court date to tomorrow because it's not a robbery at all. The woman broke the window with a shovel and worked in the store, the front one and the back window, and my client got the car for it. That's all she. So it really isn't a robbery at all. But she's trying to come.
So she was in the car though?
Yeah, she was in the car. Yeah, but she didn't steal anything.
At law of parties though.
Yeah, but that's because force.
I mean,
you're suspended for a robbery. So it will be no problem either get reduced or getting dismissed.
Okay.
So I'm gonna say that for tomorrow. But the problem is also, Your Honor, she's on probation in Missouri County
Oh, my
for misdemeanor. So whatever we do here, I'm gonna, she only facing me so many times like that too. So
Are
I'm
you
gonna start-
representing her in Brazoria County?
Yeah, I'm starting, I'm gonna coordinate all of this together. and get
Okay. So what's she on probation over there too? Another theft?
So this girl,
Man.
never been in trouble with like, this 1 year she started stealing it.
I've been George got hot desk.
Ouch. All of a sudden, boom, she falls down 5 thefts. Damn, I tripped.
So I'm gonna, like, show me for this one.
Well, you can have whatever you want.
Yeah, I'm gonna, so I want to make sure that they want. That's
Okay. Yeah, whatever you want.
I'm glad I've never tripped
For sure.
into 5 thefts. I'm a sweetheart judge.
Okay, you ready?
Damn, I tripped.
It is 2508, 306. McMillian. Yeah, that's it. Mhm. Read what happened, please. I have to find PC or no PC.
This was on the 1st of May, also dispatched to Walmart for the theft in Harris County.
You said Walmart?
Walmart, that's correct.
Okay.
LPO viewed through the video surveillance defendant into the Walmart.
Guys, keep it down. I can't hear.
Entered the Walmart at self-checkout, number 47, and was not scanning all the items in the cart. Complainant stated he observed the defendant exit the Walmart and pass all points of sale without paying for all the items in the cart. Amount stolen was $145.77.
All right, I'll find PC then. Who do we have for pre-trial here today?
She left. We'll have to just call somebody, you know, one of the others.
That officer seems tall every time he walks through.
Hey, Lori, so he's expected to be released today, right?
No, tomorrow.
Okay, great, because I'm gonna email pre-trial now.
All right, while he's emailing, because I was thinking about this, and then the judge, when Darrell Brooks took that no contest plea, just made me think about it again. Oh, dang it. Hang on.
Take your time.
What's the cause number?
Did you guys catch when she said, she's not bound by whatever the state recommends for sentencing or, you know, even the defense, what they recommend for sentencing. And Judge Fleischer.
Can I bring?
Sorry.
Stephen, do you mind bringing up Mr. Mireles? Please.
I just want to make sure we're not missing anything. Because I was thinking about this the other day, that even if, like when Ty gets back to Florida, because they're talking about an Alford plea or a no contest plea, even if they convince him to take that, the judge doesn't have to take anything that they're saying for time served, because she just said today, I can sentence you to whatever I think is appropriate. Well, then Judge Morgan can just be like, yep, see ya, life. That's what I think is appropriate. So as much as I thought he should have taken that plea deal at the beginning, I'm glad he did not.
Corey West, he's in the holdover. He's got a probation violation.
Corey West.
He doesn't have a court there yet. You set a bond, somebody set a bond in your court for $10,000. I doubt he'll be able to make bond on either case, Judge, but I wanted to ask if you would consider reducing his bond and if you needed to set bond conditions.
I want to talk to him first, Anita.
I've never seen him.
So let me deal with this person and then I'm gonna bring him out and we'll talk. Okay? Is that all you have today? No.
It looked like the bailiff threw him over there. Get over there. All right, Judge. Do your sweet tarts. Let's go.
Your dream of being released from jail is almost coming to fruition, Mr. Mireles. Don't pee on my leggings, tell me it's raining, Mr. Mireles. I've been this before. You and I've been done this before 15,000 times. Look at me. I am only releasing you to the Harris Center. I'm going to put an ankle monitor on you so I know where you are at all times. I'm going to have you sign this affidavit with me that you are not to cut the leg monitor off and that you will be using it. If you cut this thing off, I will have a contempt hearing so fast you'll think I've made it a new career. Do you understand? We will truly see now, Mr. Mireles, if you really want to participate in this program. I am now giving you the chance. You will never get another one. Do you understand? You know me. I know the way you are. Don't disappoint me how I think that this is going to go, because I already know. I want you to prove me wrong. But if you take off from the Harris Center, so help me, you can't run forever because everybody around Houston knows you. And I will get you back. And I'm going to make your life HE double hockey sticks. You understand me? You will not get another chance. Make me proud. I need him to swear to this.
I know. Not the hockey sticks. The double hockey sticks of that. Oh, I think he says what he wants to say, Carmen. He's in your state. This is a Texas judge.
So, two, he'll participate in the treatment program and he will not cut the ankle monitor off.
And also me too. But I still want some of the sweet tarts.
It's skinny enough to reach around. And Your Honor, was he going to have to wait for pretrial?
Yeah. I just emailed them now.
That's why I can write on my notes not to send them down for now.
Yes, he pulled out a whole big bag of sweet tarts, little chewy ones.
Okay. Hi, Phoenicia.
Good morning.
Hey.
How are you?
So, are you not in law school now or what? Wow, that's awesome. How was the LSAT? How was the LSAT? Really? I wonder if they've changed it at all from
I
then.
felt like I didn't know anything. I cried.
That's normal.
I cried.
It's okay. You know what? But no pain, no gain. And it's just, you'll do the same thing while you're in law school, but it's worth it in the end. I mean, I'm telling you, there's no better profession. There's no better outcome. And
So you know what else that means.
I'm
But yeah, I
telling
made
you.
sure I told a lot to you today.
What's that?
I said I made sure I come to you today.
Yeah, I'm really proud of you. That's great. So just keep it up. If you ever need another
nice.
recommendation, let me know and we'll help you out as much as we can.
So yeah, I'm at
You guys don't take people though, do you? Meaning like defendants and all?
No, we're working on something for them right now, but we don't have anything for them.
Like what?
Um,
Do you have any treatment programs that we can use?
I can look into see some.
Yeah, I'm interested because we get a lot of DV here. So I'm interested. We have a lot of DV here.
This is my card.
I'm wondering if there are any programs that you have that we can send people with like anger man. I have a couple people here now that have some serious anger issues that I've been sending them to go to anger management classes, but I don't know what they're doing, whether it works. And
This is Morgan.
hi, nice to meet you.
This is my Judge Fleischer. So do we have any programs that we can refer people to? As far as,
Anger management classes and any kind of programs.
Not at this time. We don't have any contracts with anyone. I will have to look into that.
I'm curious, like if someone comes to you and they say, hey man, I've got anger issues, I need help. How do you respond? What do you do?
Get
But
out.
see, since we're at protective order, of course, she mandates all of those classes. So we don't really have much hand in that. However, I can look into some and give you those.
Yeah, I'd be interested because I'm sending people, I don't know what they're doing, right? I don't know whether it's fruitful, if they're learning anything. So, but if I have something,
Yeah, the anger management ones.
if you find something fruitful, will you let me know? You just let me know. She's got my number. You can text me and let me know, and then I'll
Or you can
see
print
what we
them
can
on.
do about arranging people to start doing something that's really worthwhile so that they learn, because that's what we want. And I don't know what they're doing now, whether it's worthwhile or if there's one of those classes that you do online where you just pay $20 and you get a certificate,
That's what they pretty much have right now.
For anger management.
For anger management, it's just a little online $25 class.
Yeah, that's what scares me because they're not gaining anything,
We talked about it in our meetings, so we might try to see if we can develop something.
Be great.
Because I did say that we always, and I said that we had stuff for victims, but we really don't have anything for the defendants or the offenders. So we need to try to see if we can create something for the offenders to see what we can do for them to prevent the behavior. So I brought it up in our last meeting. So we have a meeting today, so we can see what steps we can take to see how we can move forward on that. And I'll let you know, I'll keep you posted for that.
Great. Will you let me know? Yeah.
Thank you so much. Is Vicky? Vicky's here?
Vicky?
No, she up there. I'll tell her to stop by. See you later.
We're having Mr. Graham for a plea in a second, Robert.
Graham.
There's an off docket case
Okay.
set for May 10. Let's see if I can give you the case number that's going to.
Oh, I can find, if he's on docket with one, I got it right here. No, don't worry. Or which one are we going on?
We're going on the assault and dismiss the harassment.
Got it.
Which one is this?
Timothy Graham.
Good morning, Mr. Graham. So you are charged with two cases. You're charged with assault, bodily injury. You're also charged with harassment, harassing communication. You worked out an agreement where they're offering you 3 days in jail, credit for the 4 on the assault, and the offer is to dismiss the harassing communication.
Yes, sir.
Is that how you understand it?
Yes, sir.
Is this what you want to do?
Yes, sir.
Understand, sir, that this assault will go on your record. It'll be there for the rest of your life. From now on, you're looking at a minimum of 90 days in jail.
Yes, sir.
You're giving up the right to a trial, right to compel witnesses to testify on your behalf, confront and cross-examine your accusers. If you're not a citizen, there are possible immigration consequences. You can be deported, excluded from the country, denied naturalization. You give up the right to appeal. So once you accept this agreement, you can never change this.
Yes.
How do you plead to the offense, sir?
Thank you.
Do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Multiple plea.
Guilty.
Guilty.
No. It's, are you really guilty of this assault?
Yes, sir.
Did you do it?
Yes, sir.
Are you sure? Mr. Graham, did you really assault someone?
Not really like that, but it was. Lethal.
Want me to put them back there? to talk to
I don't
them?
know. I mean, I understand that I can't take your plea of guilty if you're not guilty.
I'm guilty, sir. I'm guilty.
Boy, he's about to get the smackdown from her.
I'll find you guilty, Mr. Graham. I'll sentence you to the 3 days in jail. I'll give you credit for the 4. Good luck to you, sir.
Good luck to you, Mr. Graham.
Hey, bro, John.
Yeah.
Bill Brown, apparently we,
Yes, so there was one enhancement that we need to do. That's why. Come on up. I just need to know if it's true or untrue that you had a prior DWI in Norfolk County, Virginia.
Yes, sir, true.
Okay, right. We'll just find her true on that one and we'll abandon the next one. That's it. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
All right.
that was easy
Am I
fix.
good?
Yeah.
Man, when you catch that? Yeah, you know?
My fault for not looking it up.
That's okay, Judge.
My fault.
Well, she pled to the DWI second.
Can you retrial person, Judge, so they can remove that device?
He's not listening to you
You
saying,
go to the 5th floor, right? Isn't it pretrial 5th floor?
I thought they would.
Oh, I don't know if they moved. Isn't pretrial the 5th floor? I don't know either. No, go to the 5th floor. I think if someone will direct you out there where to get to pretrial to be able to take it off.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Where are you going?
so that's kind of the problem with plea deals, right? Sometimes you got to go plead to, I didn't do that one, but I will plead down to that. That guy was like, not guilty. And that woman looked like she was going to assault him. Guilty. Eating a sweet tart again, Judge. I've watched a lot of people take pleas that they don't believe that they are guilty of what they're pleading guilty to. That guy just was like, yeah, I'm surprised he took it. Maybe he's scared of that woman too.
Cheryl?
Hmm.
We left with the signing qualification. I have to use. You have to come back.
I agree. That's sad. All right, I'm just going to mute him until somebody else comes up because it's so loud. She gave that guy crazy side eye. Like, you know what's good for you. You're going to say you're guilty. This is what I've got for you. I'm kind of surprised he lets that lawyer come up with that bag hanging across the front of her. Ah, more sweet tarts. Judge. You guys are looking at pizza, and I'm looking at Judge with the sweet tooth. That's what she was saying. We went over this. I told you what to say. Guilty. Yes. He was really nice to her. You need anything, recommendations, and then tried to send business to wherever she is going. Looks like they're almost done. I don't know. We can go see what Judge Boyd is doing, but she's probably getting ready to go to lunch because he's probably getting ready to go to lunch. That's my judge. Yeah. They're probably already Facebook friends. That was so funny to me. I've never heard a judge say that in court. All right, you let me go see what's happening. I don't know how long we'll get her because it's almost lunchtime there. Give me a second. I think Carmen left. I love how all the Darrell Brooks things have his pictures from his first trial in front of Judge Doro, where he's yelling or crazy. I picked one where he was crying because I thought he deserved it. Where you at, Boyd? Oh, you're right there at the top of my list. All right, give me a second. Well, thank you, Carmen. I've had it for years and I never wore it because you're right, it would be destroyed. It hangs in what I call my Mr. Rogers closet. I take my jackets off and put them on before and after stream. Mr. Rogers took off his sweater. So it never leaves this room. Also, Carmen, that judge that we were just watching was the judge I told you. I didn't know if he drove a sensible car, a sports car, and that he did the mic drop when he left the room. Yes, I will be your neighbor. And yes, you're right, Chrissy. Of course, Judge Boyd was at the top of my list. Yes. Won't you be my neighbor? I liked him too. I can see it. It's kind of a cross of everything. Man, Chrissy, you're on it. You are on it. All right. There is no noise in the courtroom. And absolutely powder blue. There she is. Oh. Man, those flowers have lasted a long time. And has a place to put all his candy. By the way, guys, I know I didn't say anything at the beginning because everything was kind of really just going nuts when I tried to start my stream. But the baby shower was really good. Weather was really good. It's very nice. They are set for a while. And we all had a good time. And I still was home in bed, not even very late. And we stayed a very long time. So I was happy. It was all a good day. But I didn't get all my mowing done this weekend because I was there all day Saturday. And then I got my yard done too late to go start another one. And I didn't want to. I was tired. I know you were, Carmen. You couldn't have been here if you wanted to be unless you had a boat. Oh, and Cheyenne is, while we're waiting for her to start giving us some audio, Cheyenne is doing a lot better. She looks good. Well, yeah, there was that somebody would not stop talking to me. I'm trying to figure out a way to talk to you while I was mowing, but I didn't figure you'd be able to hear me. Come on, Judge. I don't have it muted. That is on her end. I'm just a little bit behind. Oh, vases. I thought you were saying cases. I was like, there's a guy standing up there, but she's not turned the sound on. I'm making sure it's not me. Well, autocorrect or not, Chrissy, what you said made sense. But she just
I
not
can
turned.
request that it
There
run
we go.
concurrent, but whether or not it runs concurrent, that is completely up to parole. Let me ask you this. Have you already been revoked on your parole?
No, ma'am.
All right, then if you have not been revoked on your parole, then I can say that these state cases will run concurrent with your parole.
Are we off the record?
Yeah, we're not on the
Your
record.
Honor, I have these cases, I owe the state from 2014, 25-year sentence. And what I was asking as part of the plea bargain is, I'm willing to give the state the conviction if they'll run it concurrent with.
Oh, no, here's the thing. This is what I'm telling you. I want you to listen to me carefully. I can put in the order that the case will run concurrent with parole. I don't have any jurisdiction over that. I can't force parole to make their case run concurrently with ours. For example, if you had a federal case, I can say, oh, this time it's going to run concurrent with whatever they're doing on federal, but I have no jurisdiction to force them to do that. Parole is completely different from probation, but I can put on the judgment that it's to run concurrent with your parole, but I have no jurisdiction to force them to do that.
All I'm asking is if it runs concurrent with one of my case with my case number that I.
Okay, here's
it is a county case. It is a Bexar County
Here's the
case.
thing.
Yes, ma'am.
They're not.
I know what you want. You know what you want? You want me to tell you that I can force these cases to run concurrently. That's what you want to hear from me. What I'm telling you is, and I want you to hear what I'm saying.
Yes, ma'am.
I can write on a sheet of paper and say, your cases are to run concurrent with your parole. Guess what? If parole does not want their case to run concurrent with this, it does not have to.
I think it's more of
Period.
the case. I want to run concurrent with my case, with my active case, and not my parole.
These two cases, if their agreement is there to run concurrently, they will be running concurrently.
So
if you have something that is on parole, I have no jurisdiction to force it to run concurrently. That's what I'm telling you.
as in, I didn't comprehend that part. I apologize. I didn't comprehend that part.
Yes, I can't force them to do it. I can put in our judgment that these cases are going to run concurrent with your parole, but I can't force parole to run anything concurrent with these cases.
So what happens to, I'm a little lost right now. What would happen with each case individually?
Individually, if you
Like
were going to plead
one
on,
I saw 15 years and then I'm getting a 10 with it.
if you were to plead on both of these cases, I can order that these two cases will run concurrent and they will run concurrent. But if you want these two cases, if you're going to plead to these two cases to run concurrent with your parole, I have no jurisdiction over what parole can do. I can put it in judgment and write down these two cases are to run concurrent with your parole. But you know what parole could do? Parole could say, yes, we're revoking him and his parole is not running concurrent.
I'm going back to the Texas Department of Criminal Justice regardless. You know what I mean? I haven't been revoked because we're waiting on the outcome of these cases.
All right, so here's the thing. What I want you to do, we're gonna bring you back at 1:30, and I want you to internalize what I'm saying, not what you
No,
want.
you know, yes, ma'am, I understand. I'm just trying to comprehend and break it down. How,
Break it down.
I can't break it down any further.
so,
I can't make the parole board run these cases concurrent with your parole. If I put in the motion or I put in the judgment, these cases are to run concurrent with parole, parole could still say, thank you so much, Judge Boyd, we're not running it concurrent.
even if they're Bear County cases?
Yes, even if they're Bear County cases. Parole is something completely separate. I have no jurisdiction over the parole authorities.
What if you can run it concurrent with the cases themselves and not parole?
I can say it's running concurrent, but again, parole can still say, we're not running it concurrently. So here's the thing, I know what you want. And we're gonna keep saying this same thing, and it's not, my answer is not gonna change. So come back at 1:30. All right, thank you. All right, everyone, we're taking our break.
We needed the last judge to explain to that guy, no. That's all. That's all he needed. Judge, you're too nice. Judge Boyd, don't be so nice all the time. I mean, all right, let's go see what we had back here. Since they're taking their break. I want to see that guy at 1:30 though. See if he got it yet. So I'll have to keep an eye on that because she will start a new stream. Hello, big sir.
Lopez, Roberto Rosales, Antonio Martinez,
In custody, Your Honor.
Michelle Davis, Sebastian Delgado.
All right, she's just calling everybody in. But at 1:30, I want to go see if that's sunk into his head yet. Oh, actually, she's an hour behind me. Dang it, it's only noon there. It's 2:30. I want to see if he gets it. He's like that guy. It's like that boyfriend or girlfriend. Just 5 more minutes. Just 5 more minutes. I'm just going to keep saying the same thing to you, Judge. And then maybe you'll be like, fine, I'll just do it because I don't want to talk to you anymore. Judge Fleischer would not have put up with that. All right, Judge, I'm going to fast forward you.
Let me have the clerks come out because they are not out here for some reason. Oh, there you go. I can't see you around the screen. Attorneys, if you're ready to approach, then you need to have the clerk pull your file. Only approach the court if you confer with the state and confer with your client. All right, and which file is it?
Sebastian Delgado.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Yes.
Jonathan Dash has parked and is walking over right now.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, I'm gonna run around the court. I'll be right back.
Sure. All right, Sebastian Delgado.
Hello. Aw, got a hurt arm.
Hello. All right, how's your hand?
Way better. Thank you for asking.
All right, well, don't rub it too much. Isn't that messing with the skin? Well, you know, you're not supposed to be scratching that. I know it's hard. I've had, well, the burn I had, I didn't get that done. I hid it from my mom. And so by that time, it was sort of like too late to do anything.
I can't imagine her doing anything dishonest. Judge Boyd.
All right.
Naughty girl.
All right, you need to make sure that you meet all of the deadlines that they're giving you for the PTD, okay?
Yes.
And let me see what date I'm going to give you. All right, counsel, I'm going to recall this
Well,
for
enjoy his life.
June 24th. Is that a good date for you?
I may be out of town, but if so, we'll get in touch.
All right. And then about that,
I'm with
it's a
you.
setting. If everything goes well, your case will probably be dismissed by then. So make sure you stay on top of everything so it can be dismissed by then. And counsel, if it's dismissed by then, of course, you don't need to show.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, once you sign the reset form, you're excused.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good day. I'm glad you're speaking up now.
Morning, Your Honor. Okay.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Sorry I didn't get over to mow your yard.
Good.
And thank you, John. I knew
The
the bloom.
magnolias are out.
They're in bloom. I love, it reminds me so much of home.
I took one over to Tamara
Yeah,
for old time's sake.
okay.
It's like a happy grandpa.
I just want to make sure nobody had stolen it.
Aw, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
People around here, you know.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Judge, remember Thomas?
Yes,
And then Leticia, he referred Leticia.
Yeah.
Well, they called me last week that they wanted to take me to dinner because they were so appreciative of what I've done for them. So we went out to eat and everything, and
That is so
they
awesome.
didn't want me to pay, but of course I paid anyway.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
but yeah, so you have to meet the new intern.
I'll go around here in a second.
Okay. So those are the divisions, we have some more divisions in the district attorney's office, like you do have prosecutors. Oh, this is Johnny Cisneros.
What's happening? Thanks a lot. Have a good day. Have a good day.
The courtroom's just as loud.
I would rather.
All right, Judge.
It's all a ruse from Joe Gonzalez.
No, he does great. Thank you.
I'll be back a little bit. I gotta look something in the water.
Oh, sure, no problem. So they have other divisions upstairs as well. But you'll be able to learn a lot. When I was in law school, I'm more the person who learns by doing. I have to, and then I can see, this is why it's this way. Because I'm telling you, the rule against perpetuity, you just, and then finally, when we take the bar exam, I'm like, oh, it's so clear now. But doing it, you learn it. We're probably gonna end up having a jury trial in here on Tuesday, and they'll have the jury selection, so you'll get a chance, unless everything works out, you get a chance to see a trial from beginning to end. And so, and then the other person, people
If
tend to
they're
ignore, but they're very important, is the court reporter. So.
if she has a jury trial tomorrow, we're watching it on Wednesday.
So they take down everything that everybody says. That's why I always tell people, please speak up. Because when you think about it,
Yeah, that's what I'm.
there are no less than
Okay. I'm sure he's gonna be with you. Sure. We'll visit this week.
4 people.
All right, I'm just meeting her for a second because you know what? The other thing that was kind of like maddening about Darrell Brooks taking a plea deal after he's had 3 years to decide. The audio in that courtroom was amazing. He didn't need to eat the microphone. He was trying to. His attorney had a loud voice. He obviously has a loud voice. The judge sounded great. Like, of course. That's the second time in a week that's happened. There was a trial that was getting ready to start last week, and I thought, I'm going to take a look at this. And no, he took the deal, right? I'm like, you guys are ready to start. No. Do you understand what that does to my schedule? It's not about you. It's about me. All right, Judge, let's get some people up here.
remember the name Hank Wilkins. And see, he was already intimidating then, but now, Judge, that he's been promoted, I find him extra intimidating.
Oh, my God.
So I'm just wondering, is he staying here, Judge? Are we putting him back there with those guys?
Oh, no, I think he's gonna be here.
Well, I'm a little scared, Judge. I just want to know.
And now I think he's gonna charge interest.
Try to be I've never been intimidated.
You know, on no jokes, he actually was my first email at the DA's office.
Oh, wow.
The time you were with the conviction Erika, they send you the emails when you first on board. He actually was for real, the first person.
For real, for real. She's not messing around. Not for fake, for real.
For a moment.
That's what you
All right, now she's going to go off the record. Yes, she does. Gabby, I'm with you. If you're going to tease us that there's a trial starting, then start the trial. At least Casper and crew are not in that courtroom today. But I'm telling you, I'm going to look at tomorrow and see if she's really is doing a jury trial. And if she is, then we'll watch it unless it's something stupid. Because yes, for real, for real. Because this Brooks thing has screwed up the week. I mean, the end of the week is fine. So if we get something that'll take us through Wednesday, then we have Montgomery and Haley Brown to do. I hope he has to be wheeled into court in a wheelchair, or maybe on a dolly, like for moving boxes, with Hannibal Lecter looking thing. Judge, call a
Your
trial.
name on documents.
On document?
Yes.
Good
It's
move.
because, yeah, I've been recently trying to sign them off.
Hello. Hello,
But
lovely.
once it gets to me, but now I know it. So you don't even need any documents anymore.
It'd be perfect. He would deserve it.
Sure. Okay. I'll take it. You want the file or?
I forgot to tell Hamilton. Old Lollipop should be back at the end of the week. I know she's excited. Oh my gosh. Judge. You're killing me. You're unaliving me. Can we get a candidate here? Oh, now she's not now. Judge. Here we go.
All right, why were you late?
I don't know, they told me second floor, came to second floor, told me fourth floor.
All right, so now you know where the court is, so do not be late, okay? All right, counsel, have you received all the discovery?
I believe so, Your Honor. I still need to review to make sure that I have, this is our first setting. So I still need to go through everything.
All right, State, were you able to tender an offer?
I wrote an offer, but I don't know that's, we had to take a chance to talk out.
No, we have, Your Honor, I wanted to, I guess, wait until I review discovery before I discuss an offer with the state.
Okay. All right. All right, we're gonna recall this, and it's being recalled for June 10th. And that's gonna be your plea deadline date. At that date, you're gonna need to let the court know whether or not you're accepting the state's offer or whether or not you want a jury trial. Do you understand? Once I give you the reset form and you sign it, you're excused.
All right, Judge, at least tell him thank you, dressing appropriately for court. Even though he was late. He's just trying to figure out why he got the directions wrong. Trying to figure out what I'm going to change my thumbnail to. Because it's not Darrell Brooks day 1. Darrell Brooks day 0.
She excused, Your Honor? Yes, once he signs the reset form and turns it in.
Judge. Sometimes people remind her to thank somebody for dressing appropriately for court. I'm reminding you, Judge Boyd. She didn't hear me. Yes. JK. It's gonna be like, what'd you guys do for 3 hours? I watched other judges. I got to watch other judges work. Ooh, he's got a Judge Fleischer colored suit on. I'm thinking one day he came in and he had like a pink suit on.
Yes.
He's very confident.
Oh, that is so awesome.
We had a good time.
Oh, that is so
We were
good.
there 3 hours, I think.
Oh,
Yeah, we had a
Hey,
really
quit
good time.
covering up
that is
the
so
camera.
awesome.
It makes me feel good. And I asked him, what you know, we were wondering how long was at 75 years old, you know?
Yeah,
I said, we just love your character, your personality. And
that is so awesome.
so it was an honor for me to be invited by them.
Oh, but yeah, if you have a trial or something coming up, you know, James would be willing to work on it.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, awesome.
Yes, ma'am.
We don't know because he covered the
I'm
camera.
going to tell him something in front of you. But
Okay.
I'm the only one. You can look me up on the internet. In the history of undergrad and law school that made the dean's list all through undergrad and law school. Now, my name was never on it. I worked at the office and I would print them out.
Man. I like that.
Okay, run.
So I was reading a story yesterday. Chrissy, this is in the only place in Indiana you decided to visit. But there's a kid up in Gary that is 15. He is going to be, I think, the youngest person to ever graduate from IU. It's IU Northwest. Right now, I think it's an 18-year-old, but he has 3 associate's degrees already. And he maybe has a bachelor's. He's going to go for his master's. He wants to go to medical school, but he's going to go do some like biomedical engineering first because he can't go to medical school yet because he's only 15 and he can't go till he's 18 because of child labor laws. I was like, well, good for you, Gary. And I know only Brandon and Carmen probably will get that, but the Gary. But I was pretty like, it's a good accomplishment. Guy taught himself Chinese when he was like 4, and then his parents put him into Chinese school, and he's like some black belt and 2nd degree black belt in Taekwondo also, and he also plays sports, and he started reading flashcards when he was 13 months old. This kid is smart, but he can't go to medical school yet because he's too young. Yes. Way to make us all look bad, Gary. Indiana. Actually, Gary, was trying to make himself look good. I don't know what this kid's name was, but because I saw where he was going to be the youngest person to graduate, and then I saw that this 18-year-old was the youngest person to graduate. I'm like, yeah, not for long. Hey, you went there. I have only been through there because we all know not to stop there. Yeah, he does. He plays basketball, video games. Um, this kid just does everything. It really kind of made him sound like he had a very normal life. Um, but he's just done I I don't know. Just reading his story was he's accomplished a lot. Because I like I said, he had 3 associate's degrees. I don't remember what they were in, plus his bachelor, I don't remember what that one was, and then gotta do his master's because of medical school, has to wait. And he's like a 21st century scholar too, or scholarship or something, I don't know. It just his list was quite long. And I was thinking there was something else that he did. Oh, I think and he's graduating. He's graduating high school, I think. I gotta see if I can find the article now. 'Cause I'm like, he's still in high school? And he has all these things already. My kids my kids were, and they had high marks in that area too. They have finally grown out of it now that they don't live here. Guess better late than never. I have to see if I can find it. It's probably gone because it's a feel-good story, and they had to put all the people that got hit by cars or offed over the weekend. Oh, and I did also read a story about why beer tastes better cold, but don't it's something with temperature and stuff. I don't know. I didn't commit it to memory because nobody needed to tell me that beer tastes better cold. Well, good heavens. They must have taken it down. Judge Boyd, you're really chatty. Call a case. Hmm. Well, I guess I'm not telling you guys. I was going to read all his accomplishments, but they didn't leave that story up. Now I just really want to find it. Uh-oh. Well, now this says debate ignites over Gary's 15-year-old set to be Indiana's youngest known college graduate, according to the school. So he's a self-taught pianist, a Chinese speaker. He began his college journey at the age of 11 while still attending high school. What's the debate? I don't know I don't know what the debate is. Maybe they thought he wasn't doing enough kid stuff like you guys thought he wasn't doing enough kid stuff. It's all fake. Gary really can't do that. Nobody can come out of Gary, Indiana that way. Is that what you're saying? Oh, at least all the comments are nice for once. Oh well. I think he's graduating college. Oops. While he's still in high school. But again, it just made me laugh that child labor laws are keeping him out of med school. Judge, you're really telling some stories.
Yeah, because I was just like, oh my gosh, I'm not gonna have a driver's license. Sometimes that happens. Attorney. And I would always tell people, when you come out of law school, you know more law than any attorney knows who's been practicing, because you just got it all, and law is changing. Of course, you know, the Constitution is the Constitution. Certain things are not going to change as it relates to that, but everything else about new things. Oh, just 1 second. Michelle Davis.
Hello, Judge.
Yes, where's Michelle Davis?
She's here.
All right, come forward.
She's here. She's waiting for you to get done talking. Did you really carry your coffee cup up to the stand there, sir? Does he have a number on him?
Oh, are you doing okay?
Yeah, a lot of health issues.
Okay. All right. Thank you for dressing appropriately for court. So.
What I tried.
No, you did you did a great job.
Right now.
So, do you need to report by Zoom next time?
Your Honor, it would be beneficial. However, what we have, the reason why we're approaching today is because I have a motion for competency that needs to get heard. I haven't heard back from Carruthers Court.
All right, did you file the motion?
It's file stamped and it's just waiting for
Okay, when was it filed?
about a month ago.
Okay.
With Carruthers?
Yes.
Okay, they haven't told me anything about that.
All right.
But yes.
And so, and you are here? Why are you here?
From the state.
No, I mean, okay, for
Your Honor, the prosecutor that is handling this case is unavailable, so.
Okay, because usually you're not here.
He was here to fill in. He told me a little bit about how the case is going on their end. Their paralegal is also here, double checking to make sure that I have all the evidence. However, at this point, even though they have extended an offer, I need to wait to see when
The competency.
comes back.
All right. Yeah, I thought you were here for Veterans Treatment Court or something.
Oh, no.
Yeah. All right. This is what we're gonna do. Because if there's a competency, it may take them a while to get it done. So we're gonna call you back for July 8th. All right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I'll give you a reset form, and once you sign that, you are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure. So is there any outstanding discovery? Does anyone know?
They're double checking that right now, Your Honor. I don't, it looks like they've given me everything. However, it's a very big file because it's many bank statements that need to be combed through.
All right, so your July 8th date then will be for discovery. Everyone needs to make sure that all the discovery is there by that date. And once you sign the reset form, you'll be excused.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Wonder what he thinks is wrong with her. All right, Judge, call the next one. You've killed a lot of time this morning.
Yeah, of course.
All right, and this is the docket sheet. So what the docket sheet is, it's a link to everybody who has court today. And there's one that's produced every single day. Now, sometimes the system messes up.
I wonder if that's like a high school
and
student in
That's
there.
why I always look to see if there are cases that have not been set. But everybody on there is everybody who's supposed to be in court today. And some of them are inmates. And if you look at it, let me show.
Or like a super young
So
law
off to the
student.
side here, right now, that means they're in jail. Which means that they're on the bond. You look through it. All of them will admit what you've done, because that shows that you've changes. But then that counts against you. Yes. Okay, okay, let me see this. Could I see the file on Lopez, please? He's here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello.
Hey, Judge.
Hi, well, we're having a contested, so.
Your Honor, I'm aware that it was set for contested. However, we did schedule a jail visit with our client, communicated the circumstances to our client. And she stated she wanted to proceed with some kind of agreement with the state,
Okay,
but she refused transport this morning, so she's not present here.
all right. So,
You don't know why it's canceled?
Deputy Laura,
Yes, Your Honor.
can you let them know at the jail that Ms. Lopez needs to be brought over?
We just need to have it signed because she refused to do herself.
All right, do you need me to sign anything?
I need a paper statement.
Okay.
And that's at 1:30, right, Judge?
Is there any way I
Yes.
can find it?
But I mean, if you're here, everybody's here and everybody's ready to go, we can have her brought over this morning.
Yes, ma'am. We just don't have our witness. If it is contested, we won't have them until 1 or 1:30.
All right, but he's saying that she's changed her
Yeah,
mind.
that'd be great.
That was the original understanding, Judge, and this was back on, we met with her on 4/17, and that's what she indicated to us.
All right, could you give me just a B page? And sometimes you have people who are at the jail. They don't want to come over. But cases need to be heard.
But that's too bad. That's what you want to say, Judge.
Unless your client wants to go by Zoom.
I mean, I'm not opposed, Your Honor. It just, I haven't had any communication with her.
Well,
since-
she'll have to agree to it.
Right.
Yeah, it's probably best just to have her brought over.
Exactly, Judge. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is this a student observing today, Your Honor?
Yes.
Nice to meet you. Are you in law
Okay.
school? Okay, very nice.
Yes, he's at Baylor.
Okay, very nice.
Nobody's gonna hold that against him here, though.
Maybe a little bit, Judge.
Yeah, it's not football season yet. We're okay.
Us St. Mary's grads might.
Wow, he didn't even get a laugh at. Barely a giggle. She must not like St. Mary's either.
Any force, Judge?
Hmm?
Any force is needed?
Yes. Let me know if there's anything else you need me to
Did
write.
she say by any force that's needed?
All
Yikes.
right, so they should probably have her here before the noon break.
Okay, sure.
Right.
What time is the new break?
Well, we
Noon.
break at noon,
Noon?
but
Okay.
they'll probably, it depends on how long it's gonna take them to force her out of the cell. And
Okay.
so if you leave your cell number, we can text you.
Absolutely, Judge, I will. Be happy to.
Okay, awesome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. I will try to get something.
Joe Hernandez, hi.
Hi, Judge. This is the case that I had asked to be added on to the docket. He is on the docket, but I'm being told he was canceled. I don't know why. I was just wondering.
Oh, because they said that your PSI was scheduled for June 13th.
Right, but this was the case that I spoke to you about, where when I pled him, Judge Angelini busted the plea, and I wanted to see if I could withdraw the plea and start over and possibly get clearer eyes on this.
All right, because I'm looking at Joe Hernandez's file and it says punishment to be assessed at 4 years in the prison and the state is silent.
We originally had a 10-year deferred offer. Judge Angelini busted that. He was very nervous, and so we went ahead and did that because I knew that would at least get me a PSI and push it out so I could then speak with you.
All right.
Is she
So,
chewing
Deputy
gum?
Laura, is it possible to have him brought or no?
I'm not sure if why he was canceled, but.
I think it was
Because
canceled.
it was because it had the June 13th date on it.
I mean, if not today, tomorrow, I'm here.
What is easiest for you? All
Okay.
right, tomorrow.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Sure.
Come on, Judge, tell her to spit out her gum next time she's coming into your courtroom.
So Vashawn, on that one, they're gonna withdraw their plea and do a new plea agreement, I'm assuming. All right, okay, all right, thank you. So what is happening with this case? Where are we on? All right, so what is happening with this case? Where are we on discovery?
I believe I have all the discovery, at least what the state has tendered to me. Need to go over it with Mr. Pardo. And he did already extend an offer. We rejected it at this time.
I'm so sorry, just one moment.
Okay. Hello? Sorry.
You know, when contracts.
It's just been a call.
Yeah, it is. All right, so sir, how old are you?
I'm 28.
All right, so I'm gonna set this for plea deadline dates. And I'll set it for June 24th. Is that a good date for you, counsel?
That's fine, Judge.
All right, so we're gonna come back on June 24th. On June 24th, that's the time where you say, yes, I'm accepting the state's offer. You all negotiate on something else. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, any questions about anything?
No.
Bond reduction?
Yeah.
Yes, once he files the motion, we'll hear it, okay? All
Sure,
right,
yeah.
thank you. All right, Deputy Laura, Pardo, Alex Joe can go back. Oh, okay. I'll type it. Thank you. Yes. All right, where are we on this case with discovery?
I believe we have everything. I believe we're waiting on the criminal history for now on him before an offer is made.
Judge, there wasn't one in the file. I requested one from our investigator who was how at vital statistics. We said that we should be able to get that done this morning.
Okay. Okay. All right, we're coming back on June 13th. Is that enough time for you to have everything? And I'm sorry, not June 13th, May 13th.
Yes, Judge.
Is that enough time for you? Yes.
And Judge, I have a preferential setting in Guadalupe County for a 5-year-old custody case
Okay.
that's going. I'm fine if it's set on Friday, if we can, I don't know. If this
All right, can we bring it back on the 9th?
That should be
On the 9th is Thursday?
Yes.
Yeah, that should work.
All right, so we'll
That
come back
way-
on June 9th. On June 9th, the state will tender an offer.
Or June 9th or May 9th.
I'm sorry, why do I keep saying June? Yeah, it's May 9th.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
So I'll see you in a few days.
Thank you.
No problem.
Just have a seat.
Dang, that attorney's like running out. I'll see you in a few days. Gotta go. Bye. I just barely finished getting dressed while I was standing up waiting for the judge. This is a long break.
Ever watched the,
Sure, what?
have you ever watched that show? I don't know.
No.
I'm sorry.
What show?
Neighbors, where neighbors.
No.
They're attacking each other. It's like some reality show.
Oh, no.
I was gonna use that as an example, but it's not gonna work. The-
Hello.
The discovery on this case is pretty extensive, and this is the first setting. I've talked to them.
All right, so where are we on discovery?
Judge, I think we provided everything to defense. I think the defendant was things to take a look at.
All right, has an offer been tendered?
No, not yet, Judge, just because I was sent off to the complaint.
All right.
She's a defendant.
Yeah.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, on this case, if you can recall it in 30 days, it's Darren Johnson. Am I pronouncing your first name correctly?
Darren, Your Honor.
Darren.
It's a boy's name.
Okay. Oh, no, no, no. I'm trying to make sure I pronounce it correctly.
Darren. You got it right.
Oh, and you know what's so funny? Dana started out as a girl's name, then Dana became a boy's name. And if you look at all of the old films, there's some people who have Danas. And then back in the 20s, a lot of women, their daughters would be juniors. They'd name them after themselves. And people stopped doing that. I don't know why. All right, what date?
Because it's weird.
All right, we're going to be back on June 10th.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Once you sign the reset form, your excuse. And thank you for dressing appropriately for court.
Well, I'm lucky not to be in a jail suit, Your Honor. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. All right, who is here on Giovanni Escobedo Hernandez? All right.
Maybe I'll just start calling Carmen Jr.
On this case, anytime someone wishes to speak with the courts in a language other than English, an interpreter is required.
But she missed it with that guy. She could have made his day because he was late. Didn't start off well.
Oh, y'all haven't conferred?
No, this is my first setting. It was set last week. I need to look at discovery.
Oh, no, I required that y'all confer, because otherwise, why are we here? All right, so y'all confer and then just approach when you finish conferring. Thank you. Thank you.
Should I wait till come?
Oh, well, they're gonna confer, so I don't know how long it'll take, but thank you.
You're welcome.
All right,
Judge, may I approach?
yes.
Judge, I have a client who's got an MTR in your court.
Mhm.
It's on a deferred adjudication. We'd like to get a bond set on it.
All right, is he in custody?
Yes,
All right, I require that he be brought over. Is he on the docket today or no?
he's not. You'll require him to be brought.
Yes.
No problem. I'll
All
see
right,
you.
all right, thank you. So, but then sometimes with a PR bond, there are more conditions than a commercial bond, and sometimes commercial bond.
By the
or
time
the
she,
defendant not
this woman leaves that
determined to so, yeah.
courtroom, she won't need
Yes.
any more law school.
You-
Judge will
what-
teach her everything.
Have you met Zach?
Join us.
Yeah. Oh, yes. See, we're playing word games. I can't put certain things in there. Who's here on April Sanchez?
I agree, Chrissy. She does seem to be in a great mood today.
All right, this is going to be on the record.
Daniel.
Court is calling 2024 CR 4292, State of Texas versus April Marie Sanchez. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
Defense?
Peter Calderola from the Sanchez, Your Honor.
And are you Ms. Sanchez?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery? Did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Are there any applications in this case?
No, Your Honor.
I'm going to show you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented? Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you're charged with the offense of possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1, less than 1 gram? That's a state jail felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor, she has.
Do you believe she has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against her?
I believe she does that.
Do you believe she's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor, I believe she was.
Ms. Sanchez, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived her right to jury trial. Did you review the plea bargain page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea, punishment is to be assessed at 16 months in the state jail facility, and there are no applications. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Thank you, ma'am.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you review the waiver of appeal paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Then to the offense as charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Yes, ma'am.
State, any evidence?
State all, exhibit one and all happens.
Any objection?
No objection.
State, you may continue to confirm. Did you review the document entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments, and the court will review the same.
Her purse still makes me nervous sitting back there. Still think somebody's gonna steal it.
After reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
No, this,
All right, so she was reporting for what? For pretrial services?
will be reported for parole, Your Honor.
All right, so you go to parole with drugs? Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so how often are you using?
Other than using that,
Then why do you have drugs in your pocket?
because I had it on.
You're here for drugs. And in the true bill of indictment, the enhancement that was waived was another drug case. So here's the thing, you're habitual. Really, the range of punishment for habitual for this offense is 2 to 20 years in prison. The state agreed to waive that and proceed on this as a state jail felony. So it appears to the court that you have a drug or alcohol problem. You can do one of two things. One, you can keep playing this game where you're in and out of prison. At some point in time, you're going to use somebody's drugs. They're not going to be good. They may be bad drugs, and you may end up dying. That's just the cold hard facts. Or you may end up spending the rest of your life in prison. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
So here are your choices. One, I'm going to follow through with the 18 months. I can recommend you for the therapeutic community. The therapeutic community doesn't increase your time at the state jail facility. If you're there for 18 months, the therapeutic community is not going to keep you because you have not completed their program, but maybe it's something that could possibly help you. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
So would you like the therapeutic community?
Yes, ma'am.
No, no, I'm sorry, just to clarify for the record, it was 16 months and not 18.
I'm
correct?
sorry, 16 months.
Thank you.
Thank you. And do you have any children?
Yes, ma'am.
What are their ages?
2, 4, 7, and 13.
Right, and who are they with now?
The foster care.
And Child Protective Services is in your life right now, or have you signed the rights away?
My family member has them.
All right. All right. This is what the court is going to do. The court is going to find you guilty, sentence you to 16 months in the state jail facility, give you credit for any time served. I'm going to order the therapeutic community, and there's to be no contact with minors.
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you what's entitled trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Yes, ma'am. Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we can go off the record. So here's the thing. Nobody, like your family members who have your children, they just probably intended to be babysitters. They didn't want to take on more children. If you're going to continue the way you're doing, you need to probably consider not having more children. You understand? Or making sure that if you're going to continue in certain activities, that you don't become pregnant, because you're not taking care of any of your children and it's not good for them. You understand? All right, good luck to you, okay? And when you get out, if you need help finding a place for treatment, you can always come back here, okay? All right, good luck.
I thought she was going to go a lot harder on her than that. I mean, she could have went for "they weren't my pants" defense.
All right. Okay. All right, thank you.
I think she's playing nice for the student. She'd probably admonish me for that.
Is the interpreter here?
She'd probably be like, "We're off the record." Words you'd never want to hear from Judge Boyd. All right, we're off the record.
They're on their way? Okay. All right, everyone, just give us a short moment. An interpreter is coming down and I'm going to take that up first. All right, and this one, Norman, they've ordered her, so she's coming. Who's here on Rogelio Valaro?
Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, how are you doing today?
Good, thank you, ma'am. Doing well.
Hello, how are you doing?
Good, yourself?
Thank you for dressing appropriately for court. I'm doing great. It's a Monday, new beginning, so it's all good.
Very bad, Shane.
All right. So today is your plea deadline date. So are you accepting the state's offer or are you asking for a jury trial?
Judge, if we may, I conferred with the DA and he just received the initial offer today. So we would respectfully request 30 days to review such with the evidence.
I mean, I have on my notes that the offer was tendered on April 15th.
No, there was a,
I think, Judge, the last time we were in court, we were maybe in trial or doing, we conferred very briefly, and I did just write the offer in the file today.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, put this for June 3rd for a plea deadline date. Yes. All right, you'll come back on June 3rd. At that time, you need to let the court know whether or not you're accepting the state's offer. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, once you sign the reset form, you're excused.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
I'll bring it to you.
Let me know if you're in.
Who is here on Roberto Rosales?
Approach briefly.
Yes.
Is there any way we may do June 10th?
What's the reason?
June 3rd, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 settings in Wilson County. It's a trial setting. So I know I'm in the top 5. I would just, as for convenience,
Sure. All right, Norma, can we put this on May 30th?
Thank
All
you,
right,
Judge.
you're welcome. Could I see the file back, please?
It's like, you asked for more time, so I'll give you less.
Sorry.
Hello.
Hi, you're
All right. Good morning. All right, is this going to be, are you all proceeding with the motion to revoke or no?
No, ma'am, we're requesting a contested evidentiary. There are 2 allegations, both of which are alleged new number 1 misdemeanors.
Okay.
And those are the 2 allegations into our.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a contested hearing. State, how long do you expect this contested hearing to last? It's on Rosales. The allegations in the motion is criminal trespass and criminal mischief.
In fairness, I spoke to Mr. Garahan, and it is, as you say, a single arrest, criminal trespass, criminal mischief.
All right, Miss, what we'll do is we'll schedule this in 3 weeks, and then if there's something with witnesses from either side, we'll just reset it.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Ferguson on Rosales.
June 3rd, Your Honor.
All right, June 3rd.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, you're welcome. You're welcome. State, that's going to be set for June 3rd for a contested.
One more thing, Judge. It is a remand without bond on a deferred. Can you set bond? The original bond at the original arrest was 30.
You'll have to take that to Judge Nahara.
Okay.
All right, thank you. You're welcome. All right, do we have the interpreter yet? Because if not, I'm going to go to a plea. All right, we're going to go to a plea. Court is going to take up Luke Anthony Galvan. Good morning. Just 1 second. The interpreter just made it. You made it.
She's like, so close. Denied.
All right, Giovanni Escobedo Hernandez.
Yeah.
Hi, you're back. All right, so where are we on this case?
Judge, there is two unindicted cases additional to this one. He has immigration issues. I think Ms. Ferguson has contacted Mr. Tullius, the MAC office for a Padilla letter. We're waiting to see what the status of the other two cases are, so we can probably work out something globally or just make a decision on what to do, and that's where we are at.
All right, so counsel, I know people are saying that Ms. Ferguson is reaching out to MAC, but attorneys, you all need to follow up with MAC on the immigration issues. Okay.
Yeah, I will. I
All
mean,
right.
I probably
just make-
don't need that, but I'll just cover my list and I'll reach out, Judge.
And I'm just making that announcement because Ms. Ferguson is starting to get contact from MAC. And so it's really the attorneys. She will do the initial contact with MAC to call them and say, hey, there's this person. They need an immigration attorney. But that is the only contact. After that, it's up to defense attorneys to get in touch with MAC and make sure that their that their client is speaking with an immigration attorney.
Understood, Judge.
All right, the two unindicted cases, what are they?
It's another theft and then unauthorized use of motor vehicle, Judge.
All right, and you're listed as the attorney on both of those cases?
I'm retained, Judge, in both of cases.
All right, so that shouldn't take that long. Ms. Ferguson, set this for 30 days. State at that time you need to be prepared to tender an offer. Then it's going to be a quick turnaround for a plea deadline. All right, so we'll be back on June 4th.
Yeah,
Once you
Judge.
sign the reset form, you are excused. Any questions, Mr. Escobedo? No. All right.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
All right, thank
May
you.
we be excused?
Once he signs the reset form.
Thank you.
Maybe excuse her. Yes, thank you so much. All right, Galvan.
All right, I'll be right back.
Still ready.
Court is calling 2024 CR 1224, State of Texas versus Luke Anthony Galvan. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state? Defense,
Eric Baker, Your Honor.
are you Mr. Galvan?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Everyone, we're on the record. Please whisper. Mr. Galvin, did you review the document entitled Application for Deferred Adjudication with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you review the true bill of indictment with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
So waive, Judge.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented? Mr. Galvin, did you review the document entitled Court Admonishments and Defendant's Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you're charged by indictment with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon? That's a second-degree felony. Range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your agreement and gives you more than you've bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication? If for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
He has, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Yes, I do, Judge.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I do, Your Honor.
Mr. Galvin, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No.
It's just a threat.
Oh, no, ma'am.
Anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
Say it again.
Anyone promised you anything other than your plea bargain agreement?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Like, what is that? What does that mean?
All right, is he confident?
Judge, we've looked into that. I've talked to his family. I believe he is.
All right.
He's not as quick, maybe as.
All right.
but he
So,
is.
Mr. Galvin, you understand that this is Mr. Baker is representing you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Are you happy with the way he's been representing you?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Did you review the plea bargain page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea, there's a $2,000 fine, affirmative finding of deadly weapon. The state recommends deferred adjudication, and there's to be restitution, if any, to Robert Perales. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
It is wrong.
Did you review the waiver of appeal paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Outside the agreement, the state is requesting that your community supervision be for a term of 10 years. There be a TAP evaluation, 250 hours of community service restitution, and no contact with Robert Perales. Did you understand those were recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, ma'am.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State, any evidence?
Yes, Your Honor, State Exhibit number 1 with office attachment.
No objection, Your Honor.
And state, have you had a chance to speak with the complainant?
He reached out multiple times, Your Honor. I have not personally had contact.
All right, thank you. Mr. Galvin, did you, and you may continue to confer. Mr. Galvin, did you review the document entitled Waiving Consent to Stipulation of Testimony and Stipulations with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state was going to be presenting evidence in your case through police reports and statements, but nobody was going to come into this court and talk to the court in person? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments, or the court will review the same.
Did I miss anything good? I mean, he doesn't look like a happy fella. I didn't think so. After watching Judge Fleischer, like, she's just calm waters. He was like, you didn't know when the rogue wave was coming through.
All right, after reviewing state's exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt as you've applied for deferred adjudication. Are we proceeding with evidence? Sorry, proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor, and I would make a recommendation on the below the line time of deferred and ask the court consider a lesser time than 10 years.
Okay, so can you tell me what is his diagnosis? Does he have a diagnosis?
According to his family and my speaking to him, he's it's more on the line of a learning disability, but not anything that would impair his. And I don't think that was related to what happened here, Judge. I did specifically look into that. So,
All right, so is he going to be living at the same location or is he going to be living at a different location?
Judge, he's going to be living with his aunt. Is that your house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Oh, yes, sir.
It's the same location, but I don't believe the person who was the victim in this case lives there. I think he was itinerant or homeless or something like that.
I'm sorry?
I don't believe that the victim in this case is a resident there.
Okay.
It was his home. So there's not likely to be the same interaction.
Okay. So, Mr. Galvan, are you employed or are you receiving SSI?
I'm not receiving nothing right now. I gotta get like on disability.
All right, were you previously on disability?
Huh?
Were you previously on disability?
No, man.
Have you ever been on disability?
No, man.
So how do you spend your day? What do you do?
I was just slacking off, but now I'm gonna do better though.
All right.
And Your Honor, he has family that's going to help him comply with these terms and conditions, understands that he was kind of left alone, but they're going to now help him get a job and to be successful on this deferred. I've already spoken to his family. They're going to come pick him up and make sure that he is successful.
All right, how long is it for a MIC evaluation? Okay. All right, the court is going to do a $2,000 fine. There's an affirmative finding of a deadly weapon. There's to be restitution and no contact with Robert Corrales. And counsel, can you tell me this situation, was this a group home?
No, it's a residence.
Okay. I'm going to sentence you to 4 years deferred adjudication.
Yes, ma'am.
250 hours of community service restitution. Proof of employment within 30 days. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider with minors. Regular reporting by Zoom or in person. Regular random UAs. Field visits. 1 time per month for 4 months. Anger management. Probation, is there anything else he needs? Yes, we can do make out of custody.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, Mr. Galvin, is there anything else you need from the court to be successful? All right, did you review the document entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal with your attorney, and did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we can go off the record. If something comes up and you need help with anything, let probation know. If you feel like they're not addressing it, you can always come back to the court. But above all, you need to make sure you report. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Judge, thank you so much. Can I be excused?
You're welcome. Yes. Deputy Laura. Deputy Laura, do you have an update on that issue? Okay,
It's gonna happen. It will happen.
okay. David Zalaki. Could our parties approach and announce for the record for the state
Second for the state.
defense?
Shannon Locke for David Salaki.
All right, Mr. Zalaki, thank you for dressing appropriately for court.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right, counsel, have you received all the discovery? Did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor, and we have reached an agreement.
All right, court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Did you review the document entitled Application for Community Supervision with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you review the true bill of indictment with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Your Honor, we're proceeding on the lesser included assault bodily injury misdemeanor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Did you review the document entitled Court's Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand the state is proceeding on the lesser included offense of assault bodily injury family? That is a Class A misdemeanor. The range of punishment is up to a $4,000 fine and up to 1 year in the Bexar County Jail. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea with the state, court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
He has, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
He does.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
He is, and he was, Your Honor.
Mr. Zalaki, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter the plea?
No, ma'am.
Anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Did you review the plea bargain page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea, the state is proceeding on the less included offense of assault, bodily injury, family violence. Punishment is to be assessed at 1 year in the Bexar County Jail. State recommends community supervision. There's an affirmative finding of family violence. There's to be no contact with the complainant, Ms. Carvajal, and there's to be no contact with Mr. Martinez. Did you understand with an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand with an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to be designated as primary custodial parent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that to be the entirety of your plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense,
That's our plea bargain.
state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you review the waiver of appeal paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have any such motions?
No such motions.
Outside the agreement, the state is requesting that your community supervision be for a term of 2 years. Did you understand that was a recommendation from the state and the court does not have to follow that recommendation?
Yes, ma'am.
Then to the less included offense, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence.
Yes, Your Honor. State offers states 1 and attachments.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. And state, have you talked to the complainants?
We have talked to the complainants. Yes, Your
All right. You may continue to
Honor. Thank you,
confirm.
Judge.
Mr. Zalaki, did you review the document entitled Waiver and Consent to Stipulation of Testimony and Stipulations with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am. I did.
Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you understand, again, you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent? Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports? But most importantly, there'll be no live testimony. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments, and the court will review the same.
And after Judge Boyd is done, that attorney is going to go down outside, chop down a tree, and make a chair and a table that he will have dinner at tonight. Because he's rugged
All right,
looking.
after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
If we could, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Well, Your Honor, Mr. Zwolaki was a very young man when this happened. I believe he was a senior in high school or just after his senior year in high school. He took this very seriously. He went to, he had previously received some treatment for ADHD. He went to those same treatment providers and got some anger management therapy. He learned how to address those emotional issues that come up sometimes. And so, Your Honor, I'm very proud of him. I think he's done very well on his pretrial release. We'd ask that you follow the state's plea bargain.
All right, how old are you?
I'm 20. I just turned 20.
All right, so what was this about?
This was a girlfriend that I had, and I went over to her house, and she invited me inside, and there was another man there, and so without thinking, I got into it with that man.
All right, so the police report that I have in the stipulations are saying something different.
Yes, ma'am.
What it's saying is that she was with the other complainant in this case.
Mhm.
And she observed your vehicle parked outside and that you were not invited. I can't imagine somebody inviting their boyfriend or significant other to a location and they have somebody else there.
Well, I knocked on the door because I felt something in my gut. I knew something was up, and so she answered the door, and I asked if I could come inside, and she was like, "Yeah, it's okay." And that's how I knew someone was inside. Was after I was inside.
Well, it's saying
I
that
can
you
imagine it.
aggressively pushed your way through the front door.
Yes.
And
yes.
then you proceeded to search the place like you're an officer.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And
On
kicking in the
ring,
door?
it could probably hear me asking. They had a Ring doorbell camera. I did ask to come inside. She could see it.
And kicking in the door to
Um,
where the person was hiding?
in the restroom, yes, ma'am. After I knew that the door was locked inside. Yes, ma'am.
So are you in a relationship now?
No, ma'am. I've had no contact or anything since then, and I haven't even tried getting in another relationship since then.
Here's the thing, I know tempers flare among people,
Yeah.
but you need to take a deep breath, and you know what you need to ask yourself? And this is what I tell everybody. If you're in a relationship with somebody and you think they're cheating on you, you have 1 or 2 things you can do. You accept it, you continue with the relationship, or you call it a day.
Yeah.
If you find out that they are actually cheating on you, you have a choice to make. Either you stay in a relationship with them cheating and knowing they're cheating, and you accept that and say, okay, I'm fine with your cheating. I'm not gonna, put up a stink about it. Or either you call it a day.
Yes, ma'am.
But you don't barge your way into someone's apartment, which, how old was she?
She was 18.
All right, 18-year-olds have their own apartments and everything now.
It was her mom's house.
Oh, so you broke the door at her mom's house.
In the restroom, yes, ma'am.
All right. And did he pay for that?
Prior to the filing of the charges.
All right. Are you employed?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you do?
I work at a gym, and then I am also a personal trainer.
Okay. All right. You raised your eyes when you said you're a personal trainer, like you're trying to take me on as a client. I know I need that, but yeah. Yeah, but Sean, you should have seen his eyes. He's like, and I'm a personal trainer. And then he looks at me.
I'm sorry, I like my job.
No, that's okay. I need somebody to bam on the door and wake me up and say, we're going to the gym.
Well, he does know how
All
to
right.
keep doors open.
I know my faults.
Saying.
All right, I'm gonna sentence you to 1 year in the Bear County Jail, suspended and probated for 2 years. There's an affirmative finding of family violence.
Yes, ma'am.
There's to be no contact with the complainant. That means that relationship is over. You're not to contact her, contact her family, send her letters or anything of that nature.
Yes. And I do have a
Yes.
question. Is that both ways? Is she gonna be able to contact me?
Yes, I don't have any jurisdiction over her, but if she calls you, you need to block her.
Okay.
Or if she comes by, you need to call the police and say, I have a no contact order in place.
Okay.
Because what ends up happening, I found, and your attorney can tell you this, people think they're gonna get back together, and then an argument happens, police are called, and then you violated the no contact order.
Yes, ma'am.
So there's to be no contact with the complainants. Proof of employment within 15 days. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. There's to be regular UAs. Field visits. One time. And then at probation's discretion. I'm going to do an anger management class. And I know your counsel's saying you've done one, you're going to have to do one because the other option is the BIPP course, which I know he hasn't done that.
Right, that's true.
So there's to be anger management. You don't have any children, do you?
No.
Okay. Probation, is there anything else? I'll do 80 hours of community service restitution. If you want to, you can pay those off at $7.25 per hour. And I always recommend the food bank, but if there's, and I usually recommend that because they're usually low on food and other items. But if there is some other place that's approved by probation that you would like to donate it to, you can. Otherwise, you'd need to do the 80 hours. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is there anything else you need from the court? All right. Did you review the document entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand? Because this is an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand? All right, we can go off the record. Here's the thing. Communication is key to be successful on probation in this court. If you have an issue, let probation know. If you feel as though they're not addressing it, you can always come back to the court. All right? Good luck to you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
May we be excused?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'll let the attorney know. All right, thanks. Okay. Who's here on Legal Lindo? All right, just give me a moment with him. All right. Legal Lindo, court is calling 2023 CR 6947, State of Texas versus Lee Galindo Jr. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
Defense.
Brent Bus from Mr. Galindo.
All right. And you're Mr. Galindo? All right, you were brought back here because I was trying to decide on whether or not to send you to prison or grant you probation. State is silent. I've had a chance to think of it. Sometimes it takes time to think over things. I never like to make snap judgments. And what I can tell you is my main concern with you is the number of DWIs you've had. That's concerning. And maybe you do well on probation when you are, supervised intensely. And then once you're off probation, you go back to your old habit, which is if there's an issue, let me drink. So the state is solid. I'm going to give you a choice. Probation in this court is very hard. And I'm taking in consideration the fact that you have been in treatment and doing well, but you've been convicted of driving while intoxicated before as a felony. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So here's your choice. You're going into custody today either way. One, you can be taken into custody and you can go to safety, or either I can send you to prison. And the state is asking for 5 years prison. I would sentence you to 4 years prison because I know that you have been doing some treatment. So those are your choices, but either way, you're going into custody today. So which would you prefer?
Neither. C. Number C. Letter C.
Okay. All right. Thank you, state. This is what the court is going to do. Court is going to sentence you to 5 years in the prison, suspended and probated for 10 years. There's going to be safety, followed by aftercare. Proof of employment within 45 days of release. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. There's to be regular reporting by Zoom or in person. Regular random UAs. 10 days in the Bexar County Jail as a condition of probation. DWI education course. Victim Impact Live. Ignition Interlock for full term. Field visits. 1 time per month for 6 months. And then at probation's discretion. 2 years license suspension. Probation, is there anything else he needs? And there's going to be 100 hours of community service restitution. Is there anything else you need from the court to be successful? And then, I'm sorry, probation upon release, I'm going to want 120 meetings in 120 days. All right, did you review the document entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it? Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. It's a felony conviction. You're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand? All right, we can go off the record. Here's the thing. And here, to be successful on probation, communication is key. If there's an issue, you need to talk to probation. If you feel yourself thinking that you're going to start drinking, call probation. You need to get a sponsor. You need to be vigilant on your sobriety. I think now, if this should be a wake-up call for you, that you can't drink at all. And I don't know why. If people are going to drink, have a designated driver already built into the, factored into the situation. But for you, you're not allowed to drink at all. And while you're on probation, you're not allowed to drink at all. Do you understand? All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Who is here on Andres Menchaca? All right, is this a motion to revoke?
It's on the docket for today, Sean.
All right, and has there already been a plea or no?
No, ma'am, we've been conferring on this and it sounds like we need a date for contested.
All right, is that correct?
That's correct, John.
All right. All right, so this should be fairly quick. I'm reading the motion and it's consuming alcohol allegedly, using controlled substances allegedly, and not reporting.
He also has two new number one, Your Honor.
All right, and what are the two new number ones?
It's a possession 1 to 4 judge and a felon in possession of a firearm, and I believe those are out of the same date.
All right, so I think we already know the drug case, the labs are not going to be back.
Yes, ma'am.
So with the other case, the felon in possession of a weapon, how long is going to take you all to?
Very much.
Okay, 3 weeks?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Ferguson. This is going to be a contested. It should be simple. All right, May 20th.
Let me just make sure, Your Honor. I know that week is the Labor Day week. I think that's before it starts, that'd be perfect. Just want to triple check.
Okay.
That's only 2 weeks, Your Honor. I would ask for 3. I do need to review the discovery on the new number one. I don't know what's in there yet.
All right, get him to the discovery. All right, we'll be back on May 20th.
Your Honor, you said we got 3 weeks. That's only 2 weeks from now. Can I have
Okay.
that? Can I have that?
May 20th. All right, I'll see you back on May 20th for a
May
contested.
20th.
Okay.
All right,
Did
thank you.
anybody, did y'all get it? Grief, May 20th. I'm sorry, I'm checking to see if she's back and she is not.
All right, everyone, the court is recessing at 12. Who's here on Samantha Saldana? Come down, please.
Yeah, and you said you
Where
were
is
gonna
she?
be back
She's
at
right here.
1:30.
All right, this is the motion to revoke. Are you all ready to proceed?
Or maybe bring this up to her. That might be the easy.
Are y'all ready to proceed?
Judge, so we did want to talk to you about this case just because there are some weird facts here. Just, we wanted to bring to the court's attention before we began.
We've kind of, I've submitted, it's about the scram records. and
Okay,
The allegations on the MTO.
okay.
Well, Your Honor, we submitted the scram records and we got them here. Sorry, some of my notes are in there.
Oh.
This, it's the relevant portions, essentially stem down to. My apologies. They stem down to the allegations of tampering, but with the allegations of the tampering, there are coinciding contacts by my clients to scram about.
Okay, so let me ask you all this. Is this going to be a plea or true, or are y'all withdrawing the motion? What's happening here? Let's get to the crux.
That is kind of the crucible of where we're at right now.
All right, so do y'all want a contested hearing?
We would like maybe a little bit more time, this is the initial setting on the MTR. We would ask the court maybe for additional time to allow the state to, and myself to maybe come to some sort of agreement that could relieve this issue for the court. But as of right now, I don't think we're ready to go for a contested. We will if we have to, but.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, on this case, give me a contested hearing date, please.
Not many.
No. All right, we'll come back on May 23rd. That will be your contested hearing date. All right, thank you. Once you sign the reset form, you are excused.
Thank you, Jen.
You're welcome. Oops. Mark Anthony Costa. All right, and Eddie Garcia, you're here on Ernest Lee Mora?
Yes, Judge.
Yes. And so on this case,
Bondsman filed that motion, Judge, and I'm just following up on it.
okay, and that the bondsman is the person who originally got out the bond? Is that the reason why?
I'm not sure, Judge. Is this Dave? Sorry.
I was over here and then I got a text
problem.
message from the family that the bondsman had filed as,
All right, if you check with Ms. Ferguson and see whether there was a issue where he didn't show up for court or something else happened, or if that's just a case where the bondsman filed an affidavit to surrender surety.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
I'm real confused on this too.
Okay, we're gonna find out. We'll see what happens.
I've been struggling with this for about 3 or 4 days, and I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
No, go ahead, you were ahead of me.
Hello.
How are you?
Oh, I'm doing okay. It's a Monday.
Oh, yes. I laughed when you said that about going to the gym, because I thought, you and me both, I need to
Oh,
get
yeah, I
dragged
need the gym.
big time.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not saying we need it, I'm just saying
Tell
somebody
the
would have to
judge
drag
you
me.
need-
Yeah.
Even if she
All right,
does-
everyone, just give me 2 minutes. All right, guys, I am about to die of boredom. So I'm switching. She's not back. I'm going to watch this. Small claims hearing with Judge Simpson, and then I'm out. I have no idea. It may just be as boring. But it did at least happen today, a little bit ago. I don't know where to believe that or not, Carmen, because I saw that yesterday, and then this morning I was down too. I imagine I'm down like 20 right now, but thanks. We shall see.
Yeah, you have.
What's your audio,
Good
Judge?
afternoon, Emily. Court does call the case of Jeff Lewis, Julie Lewis versus Jennifer, is it Loudon or? Yeah. Loses that time.
All right, this is a small claims case. I have no idea what it's about. I just saw that he did a small claims case.
State your names.
Jeff Lewis, LAU, I guess.
All right.
Jennifer Loudon.
All right. And you said your name is?
Jennifer.
Okay, you're Jennifer. You are.
Isabel.
And are you a party to this case or? Well, okay, I figured that part out. I mean, no, I really look stupid, but I'm not. I got that. Okay, so you're her daughter, And you have something to do with the kid? Okay, all right. Just wanted to make sure. All right, so first things first, and I apologize about the delay in coming out, but I have an appearance filed from Darrell Martin on your case.
That was an attorney, but she could not appear in the small claims. So if this goes to district court, she will be.
Okay. I'll explain momentarily what happens in that regard. Ms. Loudon, I should explain to you also that I know Mr. Lewis from, I probably haven't seen him in maybe a decade plus or so, but known him from the city of Ypsilanti, in role with the fire department, correct?
The city might have to shoot down there.
Yes. So I do know him. It won't impact my ability to hear the case, I think. I don't know what that meant. No, that's okay. That's okay. And I'm sure Mr. Lewis knows. I'm just gonna call it like I see it. Everybody leaves mad. I've done my job. It's only half leave, and it's a good day. All right. So that's the first thing. Second thing is that there was so this starts out as a small claims action, correct? Yes. So it starts out as a small claims action. The moment, and an attorney cannot appear in a small claims case for either side. But the moment an attorney files their appearance, they're technically supposed to file what's called a petition in order for removal.
May I?
Sure.
I filled out, I requested for this to be moved out of small claims in the first place, and I filed the paperwork the day prior to it. When the magistrate called it, he said he didn't have the paperwork. I said I had a copy of it. He didn't even want to see it. I wanted an attorney, and because there is definitely a countersuit going to be involved. And now I'm just trying to figure, the whole thing should have been moved out and done right, so I can have an attorney in the first place.
Okay.
And
All
that's
right.
kind of what I like to do.
Well, then it all may work out because, so finish what I was saying. When Miss Barton filed her appearance, I got notification that she filed her appearance. That removes it to the general civil division. All right. There's an interesting thing in our court when that happens. It doesn't change anything. You still have me. It's just I hear the case in a different fashion than I would if it were a small claims case. All right. And then certain appellate rights are also attached to general civil. So when did you say did you file a petition for removal?
It was a name for the, I could grab my phone, I could the exact date and tell you what the form was called. I filed it with the first magistrate that, well, that made the decision and that prior to coming.
Service. You see on JS printout a petition for removal.
On September 28th, there was just a free COVID bill that the defendant requested time to get an attorney to general civil on September 28th.
September. Is this free coded?
Yeah.
And ma'am, you said you filed paperwork?
I did. I actually have a copy of it on my cell phone. If I can get it, I can tell you the exact name of it.
Is your cell phone here?
It is.
Okay, go ahead. Appeal that. You said September 29th, right?
It's almost like one of his camera lenses needs cleaned off. He's very clear in one picture and very not in the other. Well, that is true, Gabby. You've been quiet. Chrissy's been quiet. Carmen's not really watching. Bond left. I've just been sitting here. Gotta do something. Which board was kind of boring today.
Well, you're looking for
There's
that.
Chrissy. Oh, you hear your name, you come running.
So Lewis says you filed on January of this year amended judgment amount.
Your Honor, what I had done was, my understanding was when she was moving this to district court, I asked, it was in small claims, the max was $6,500.
Correct.
At the time of this, actually only here, he only granted $6,500 grade. When I was going to district court, I asked the court to consider the
Gabby, number one, if I did that, it would be hilarious. Number two, I would be in trouble because I would unalive people when they had heart attacks. And number three, I would be deleted off of this entire platform. But it would be hilarious. I agree, Chrissy. She was kind of in a little different form, like on her best behavior. It was kind of boring. I can imagine it. I would have used it today. Just saying. Then the channel would be no more. I know you guys are busy. I know you have lives outside of me. It's just sad. That's all.
actually what I wanted on small claims, which is over $8,000. That was never addressed. Let me finish one thing. She did want to turn it back in September, so the magistrate adjourned the case 30 days so she could get an attorney. So when she came back on November 9th, she had never gotten an attorney. And that's why we had the small claims hearing that day. Because it had been adjourned a couple of times. That day he goes, we're going to have the hearing today. She was given about 40 days to get an attorney.
Got it.
Fix your audio, Judge. It sucks.
That was in September. In November.
They got adjourned in November.
Got it. And then in January, you filed these documents looking to amend the judgment amount because you thought it was going to.
And what happened was when the magistrate ruled, she appealed the ruling, then it was going to Judge Fleischer.
Correct. Okay. Did you find? Pardon?
She has not found it yet.
Oh, okay.
Demand an order for removal from all claims, and I had to have that filled out and sent to the judge before the case. So I did, whether it was 40 days.
When was that?
This was on November 8th of 2023. It was, I believe, the day before the hearing.
Okay. And they say they didn't get it.
Yes, and I had reminded him I had a copy and he didn't want to see it. He didn't have my evidence or anything. I just heard the case anyway.
Okay. All right.
But I wanted it out.
Well, interestingly enough, you wanted it out of small claims. Not sure why, but that's okay. And then your requested judgment amount was in excess of what was offered in small claims.
Right.
And so it's like everybody wanted it up in the general civil division, except the court didn't do it. So here's what we're gonna do. We'll just begin the case as though it's in the general civil division. That will give you the opportunity, if the judgment amount is supposed to be whatever, get your proper amount. It will allow you an opportunity to have an attorney. You said something about a countersuit. I don't know. Has that been filed already?
No, because I'm not sure how to handle this, and that's why I needed an attorney, but they didn't allow attorney in a small claims. So the way that I wanted to handle it was go to the general civil and have an attorney, because I feel like I have a pretty strong countersuit. This one.
Okay.
Did I play this for no reason? Is it not happening? Do I have?
Hey, let me ask this so that we can try to get this case in an order that it can be heard. This was a rental situation. Underlying this was a rental situation, correct? And
Yeah, I'm banning the
your
cruises.
claim is for back rent for a water sewer bill, correct?
Right, three things is, owner rent, utility bill, $3,000, and then just minor damages that were done during the tenancy.
Went upside down like the Poseidon Adventure when she left. Hope she's still upright though.
And briefly, in substance, your counterclaim would be regarding what?
Regarding multiple things, including an injury to an animal due to the neglect on the property. It's one of them. There is quite a bit involved in this case, and
That's what everybody tells me.
there really is,
And then-
and that's why I feel like an attorney.
How long were you there?
11.
Okay, you were in the property for 11
Yes,
years. All right. And was there a lease?
there was an old lease. They had given me a lease after many years. I refused to sign that month-to-month lease. I have a copy of it. I never signed it because I refused to sign it. And so there was an old lease. I did a couple extensions over the years. Since
Stop. So when was the last written lease?
it was an extension on the one I signed in 2013.
And then you didn't sign a new lease.
So we just winged it. Sometimes there was never one for years, and then she came up with a month-to-month that had a bunch of different stuff in there that wasn't things that we had agreed upon, and I refused to sign it because of that.
Okay. Couple of things here, just so we can try to get some of this sort of straight. Did you leave in May of 2023?
I held over a little bit in April, waiting for the city inspectors to get in there. We had no hot water for 2.5 days.
Didn't ask that. When did you leave the premises?
7th May, I believe.
Of 23.
Yeah.
How much was monthly rent?
Well, technically, I paid $1,400 a month plus 50 extra for my ambulance. So it was $1,450. However, it was raised for a remodel that never got completed for 2 years and 60. So there's a lot involved. There was 2 years and 4 months of a remodel that was never finished and my rent was raised $200 for this remodel. And that was never finished. And I mean, I had no cover. Everything was good. You know, so I believe that I should owe back the difference for that one time alone. But there's, like I said, there's a lot.
All right, I'll go back to my question. How much was monthly rent?
At the end of the lease was $1,500.
Okay. And you're disputing that?
It was 1,400. It was 1,400 plus 50.
Okay, all right. So we're about $50 difference in that. All right, who? Who was to pay? Let me ask it this way. Was there an agreement that you paid the water?
So. there's-
Okay, so I asked my questions, yes or no?
Yeah, I paid the water bill and I paid it a certain way the entire time. It was out of my taxes and that was part of that. New lease.
Paid it out of what?
I paid it out of my tax return. The water bill was humongous in that. But there's definite reasons for it being that high that are my responsibility. Yeah, so there's a discrepancy on the water bill as well.
Okay. So you were paying the water.
Yes.
Okay. Because I see that there's about 3,000 water damage or water bill or something. So would you agree?
Is that woman sitting next to the defendant? That's not her attorney, right? Because if she is, she sucks. And she's also be sitting on the wrong side. The other woman, the blonde woman, the plaintiff, has, I believe that's her attorney. And I don't know.
That if you remained in the premises, that you would have paid the 3,000 water bill?
Not after the evidence I have going on in the home with the water, fucking the walls, that's years of leaking. I believe that played a huge part in the humongous water bill in the house. I was not paying it anyhow because I was waiting for inspectors to get in there as I was trying to move out, just so I could fight that myself with paying that amount of water bill.
Okay, but in the past, you paid the water
I did, for all those years, yeah.
bill. Okay.
And it was always high, and I just thought, the city of Saline has high water, I know that, and this and that, but I then was able to come across all of these reasons, that the water bill played a part, I'm sure, in that high water bill. That shouldn't be my responsibility.
All right,
So that was kind of part of my counter to,
Okay. But
so like, I have.
the agreement between the parties was that you were the one that was responsible for the water bill.
Yes, yeah, it was a stated her name, but I paid it, yes.
All right. So in terms of plaintiff's claim, I have $1,500 for, and this is just your principal claim, $1,500, $3,042 water sewer bill. Is that right? So on the principal claim, I basically have 4542 on that. Then you said there were damages to the premises, right?
That's correct.
Okay, stop there, because that's all I need to know right at this moment. Because, all right, was there a security deposit?
Yes, there was.
Okay, and how much was the security deposit?
It was
You agree with that?
So $1,100 was security, and there was a $300 non-refundable fee I pay as well, along with the first.
Okay, but the security deposit was 1,100. You agree with that?
He's just gonna unpack it one layer at a time.
So then I see that plaintiff is claiming
You too. I saw your conversations. I
your
watched
claim
them.
was for 8702. Right, initially. Although you realize the limitation was small claims.
Yes,
But the original claim was for 8702.
yes.
I couldn't tell Gabby, especially when she thought
So when I
you
take it, well, let me,
when she thought you were telling Laura to say it louder so she could hear it. I can hear Gabby. I was like, uh-oh. I think Gabby took her shoes off at that moment. I was watching the chat replay. I was like, if Gabby didn't take her shoes off, she at least untied them. Yes, I believe that too, Carmen. If Gabby could have went through the screen, she would have.
also say this. You were there in May. Your claim was, I think, for $1,000 of rent for a half month for May.
That's correct. Attorney. He was occupied until May 8th.
Okay. Was rent due on the 1st?
The rent was.
Okay, so understanding that your claim, what both parties should realize is whether when you hold over, you call it a holdover, but actually you're just going into the next month. The landlord's entitled to that month's rent. Okay, typically, unless there's something different. So so the distinction between the rent and the water, those are repairs. If let me just take your claim as you had it, which I think on the small claims form, you had basically $2,500 in rent because it says half a month. You just said $1,000.
3,000 for utilities. And then on the termination of tenancy, I have detailed. And this is the court received this, she received this by all they have to. They have everything listed, which calculated to be $8,902 to $2. I gave her a credit for $200, which is over 87. And on that second page, you'll see where I have damage deposit, but she.
Well, hold on. You're referring to a document. This was supplied to the court. Well, hold on. Let's make sure that. So did you give this to the magistrate at the time?
Yeah, it was mailed to civil division, same time it was mailed to. Miss Love got 2 copies.
Okay, hold on a second. All right. When did you send that?
That was prior to me hearing the trial. It was actually for mediation.
Judge Simpson's like, somebody do something to get me out of here.
You would acknowledge that you received it?
No, actually, for mediation, I received multiple phone calls from the court for mediation.
Ma'am. There's a document that I'm referring to right now. Plaintiff has indicated that the court received it and that you received it. Did you receive it?
I received a document.
Okay, I'm not gonna get a straight. Let me see that document there. Right. So here's what.
I feel sorry for Judge Simpson.
Can I get 2 copies of that? So what I have is I have part of that. Don't ask me why. I've got the back pages, the ones, the pink one and the yellow. I don't have the front 2 pages. I don't know why. No, don't have. I just have to deal with what I have. So
Foundation.
But those 4 pages, those were the 4 pages that were submitted to the court. Okay. I apologize. I don't have them all, but I now do. Now, ma'am, did you receive? Did you receive 4 pages indicating itemizing the damages?
I have, I have a bunch of itemized stuff that was, most of it was not true, but,
Okay, I'm not asking if it's true. What I'm asking is, did you receive it? I'm just trying to, look, here's what I'm just trying to do. This is.
That's the original.
That goes back to the Lewis's. Then this, give her that copy. Yes. Okay, so. And ma'am, just so that you understand, I'm not making any finding about anything. I'm not saying, I'm not asking whether the validity of the claim the Lewis's can substantiate. Okay, so when I'm asking if you received it, whether or not it's true or not, at some point we'll have to deal with that. I'm just trying to make sure we're all dealing with the same information from the get-go. You got that?
Judge, I don't even know at this point if you're going to be dealing with the same case. I think she's on one and the plaintiff's on one, and you might be on another one because that defendant cannot give a straight answer. It's like, is it sunny outside? And you know it is. You know it's sunny and clear skies. Should give you some weird long answer that is not just, yeah, it is.
Okay. So that document that I just gave you, which is a copy of the document that Lewis has just gave to me, is that a copy of what you previously received?
it,
Okay. So now at least I'm in the ballpark of what plaintiff's claims are. Now, the substance of your, well, let me, before I get there, is it true that you did not leave a forwarding address?
I didn't.
Okay, all right, that's fine. That's all I need to know. All right, next thing. Without a whole lot of specifics, what's what's your counterclaim about?
If you don't mind, it's about a 9.5 volts.
Go ahead.
So there's multiple things, for example, no hot water, being, no renovations unfinished, permits never being pulled, multiple. There's a list.
So we have, we have quite a large amount of unlivable situations that we've lived with for years, and proof of all of it.
Okay.
So there's.
All right. So then my question becomes, was there any point in time where then you vacated the premises because of those conditions?
I have been trying.
No, that's not what I'm asking. If you're basically what you're indicating to me, I'm gonna put it into other language, is that the unit was not habitable.
Yes.
Okay, so then my question becomes, did you leave the premises?
I didn't, but my children had to for 10 days in April.
April of
This year. We had no hot water.
of 23, not April of 24, because you weren't in the premise. Okay. All right, so they vacated for 10 days.
Yes.
All right. When these conditions existed, did you notify, this is in the city?
It is.
Pardon?
It is in the city.
Did you notify the city?
I did.
Okay, did they come out and do an inspection?
That's where it started.
Where what started?
I called the city to do an inspection. The person that I talked to gave me an email to send them some information to come in the home. The following morning, Mr. Lewis was in my driveway taking pictures and I called the city. They never came to inspect. I called back a couple of occasions over a few days. It started a third day we were out of hot water.
I don't know what she just said, but her daughter hit her arm again. She's done that several times, trying to get her to shut up, and she just looked at her like, don't do that again. Judge Simpson has a headache, and so do I for picking another thing that is pointless today. I am 3 for 3 on that, because I won't say Judge Fleischer was pointless. I enjoyed him.
April was the first call that I made to them. Then
Ma'am, this is gonna get real long if you don't just answer my question.
I called it.
Can't.
Okay, that's all I needed to know preliminarily. So there was no city inspection. Okay. so that we can put this in. So I guess to the Lewis's, Miss Barton's going to be representing you. Is that it?
I
Or-
would prefer to just continue that with.
I
Ms.
know.
Martin told us, the court said she couldn't be here, it's fine. I didn't know that she, we only want her here if she's allowed.
Well, she will be allowed because I'm going to handle this as a general civil matter. It just seems to me that that's what you guys wanted in terms of the amount of your claim. And it sounds to me also like that's exactly what defendants wanted in the matter. So so that everybody's aware, I'm kind of, without fully starting over, I'm trying to just start over and then try to move the case along. It may not move along as quickly as you want, but that's where we are. All right, so if I'm hearing you correctly, if an attorney's allowed, Ms. Barton will be representing you. Is that okay? Because so that you know, because she filed an appearance, most of the notices will be going to her. So I wanted to make sure we had that because she sent in her appearance. Okay. You are going to get an attorney. Okay, so when is that going to happen? Okay, I don't know what that means.
I'm confused, is this being scheduled for today or another day?
Pardon?
I'm just confused, is this being scheduled for today or for another date?
Scheduled.
It's not scheduled today. She can't just walk out the courtroom and get an attorney.
Yeah, so.
Duh.
Within, I'm sure within a couple of weeks. We have a couple that we've been speaking to already, just for advice purposes.
We're gonna try to get one for this week.
Okay, so folks, listen. This can get real bad. I've got an appearance from an attorney on this side. I think Miss Barton will show up. That was part of my delay because I thought she was going to be here, so I was waiting to come out until she got here, but she wasn't going to be here. Now I get it. So how long is it going to take you to get an attorney? Because listen, they've got their claim, right? They've got their attorney. And what I'm going to ultimately instruct Ms. Barton that she's going to need to do is she's going to have to put what their claim is in a proper legal format. She'll understand that. So how long is it going to take you guys to get an attorney?
We could probably get an attorney pretty fast. I'm sure they're gonna have to put things together.
It might take about a month to get all of our evidence together for an attorney to get.
Okay, so look. I'm always looking at a time frame. I'm a judge that has to run a docket, and that's what I do. Well, they do that, but I just show up.
Can we have a?
Folks, listen. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do, okay? Because I got an attorney on this side. I'm gonna set I need to know when can you have an attorney? Then I can work with the attorneys regarding making sure that paperwork and everything is in line. But I can't, well, I can, but this will take forever if I have to continue to go through this way. All right?
So I think a couple
And
of.
I don't have forever. She's got forever. I don't have forever. So when can you have an attorney? If I set a date, can you have an attorney here?
Have an attorney here.
Yeah.
What?
How about, I mean, within.
What is hard to understand? Can you have
I
a,
don't care, like, what, a month, within the month? At least a couple weeks by a month at the longest. I see what we have.
he's so done with that woman. Can I have a month?
Hey,
No.
how long is it gonna take you to get an attorney?
I don't-
Realistically, because, okay, so you're gonna be able to retain an attorney within 2 weeks, you believe?
I believe so, yes, to get him here.
Lady, you thought she could retain one today, like right outside the courtroom. So
Isn't that a holiday? Day after. Day after the holiday. Okay. That's, today's the 6th, so that's about.
we're going into June.
Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna direct that plaintiffs put anything in any form as of yet, okay? Because I have to see what's going on this side. And
Nobody knows.
rather than run up that cost at this point, just do it that way. I was gonna set a hearing for the 28th. Okay. So by that time, do you guys believe that you can have retain an attorney? So what I'm gonna call, what I'm gonna call this first thing, because I want to make sure that everything is in order. So I'm going to just call it a status conference rather than some formal part of the proceedings. How you have your attorney present on the plaintiff side. I'm not expecting anything from anybody at this point. I just need, if you're going to be represented, then I need to have an attorney here. If you're not going to be represented, then you're going to appear here by yourself, and then we're going to work through what you got to do to get this case moving to trial. Okay?
Well, it'll take her a month just to tell her attorney her
From the
side.
plaintiff, any question regarding the court having that procedure? Yes, sir.
Just what time? Do we have to be there?
9 a.m.
Yes.
9 a.m. And it's likely, that's not my, I won't be in my courtroom. I'll be in courtroom A, but they should be able to find me if I bother to show up. All right. Do you have any questions regarding that? Other than that? No? All right. On this side, any questions you have regarding
No, so I should hold off on sending any evidence to you, video or anything that would be the case. I should wait.
that? If you're gonna get an attorney, I'd wait, because even, quite frankly, even if you send it to me, I've just asked very preliminary questions. So anything you send me is gonna be out of context for me anyway. All right? Okay, now,
wouldn't blame
I
him.
will say this, anything that you send, if you do try to send something to the court, it's gotta go to the other side also. Okay, So you gotta make sure, so you can't send things directly to me.
So if they have evidence, I haven't received it. I should see everything that they put into any kind of court file as far as evidence goes. I should get a copy too as well.
But what evidence are you talking about?
If they've given any evidence for any of this, I should have copies of it.
Okay, I can't take any more. I'll have to look tomorrow, Gabby. But I do have this. And then I'm going away. But I can't take any more of that woman. Sorry. I thought it was going to be an actual small claims court. But yeah, I can't tell on her docket because I tried to tell that, and I guess I just need her little class that she's giving today to the person beside her that I haven't really wanted to listen to. But I'll look tomorrow. And then hopefully, because if not, I don't know what we're doing. All right, well, let's check out and see if this dude got it.
All right, Mr. Saldana, you're here for a plea deadline date. So did you have a chance to internalize what I was telling you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so do you wish to have a jury trial?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, state, are you all going to be proceeding on the possession 1 to 4 or the injury to child?
The injury.
All right, so how long is this trial? How long will this trial take? All right, so Ms. Ferguson, if we could set this for a jury trial first thing.
Your Honor, good morning. Frankie Sandoval on behalf of Mr. Saldana.
Mhm.
Your Honor, I have some time this afternoon. Would it be possible for Mr. Saldana to and I to confer just a little bit longer?
Sure.
We'll get the jury trial date, but just to make sure that we are all on the same page as it were.
Okay, sure, most definitely.
I appreciate it, Judge. Thank you.
Your Honor, can I speak on the record?
What do you want to say?
I would like to object to the indictment and the evidence they used for the indictment. And I'm also reserving all my rights.
Mr. Saldana, why are we talking?
Just give me the trial date.
All right, so let me explain something to you, Mr. Saldana. I understand what you're saying. I'm internalizing what you're saying.
Yes, ma'am.
But this is what I'm going to say, and I want you to internalize what I'm saying.
Yes, ma'am.
If you need open heart surgery, are you following me with this scenario?
Yes, ma'am.
And the doctor tells you, hey, you need open heart surgery, and I'm going to do the open heart surgery. Do you go to the library, read a book, and tell the doctor, hey, I know you're doing open heart surgery on me, and this is the scalpel you should be using, and this is the stitch you should be using, and this is the way you should perform that surgery?
No, ma'am.
See, and people think that attorneys just talk, oh, I can do that. All they're doing is talking, but behind their talking comes a lot of knowledge and a lot of experience. And everybody thinks that they can do that. So for example, with regards to an objection to the indictment or objection to the evidence used for the indictment, that's something that your attorney will be taking care of if legally there's a reason for it to be. If he determines that legally there's no grounds for it, then he's not going to go forward with it. That's the way it works. So your attorney wants to have a chance to talk with you. I'll let you speak with him in the box. And what date, Ms. Ferguson? All right. Your jury trial is going to be July 2nd. If you want to do something with this case, you can do something with it today, or either what's going to happen is you're going to be set for jury trial on July 2nd.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm sorry, Your Honor, just for advanced information, I have a conflict on the 3rd. I'm a prosecutor for a local municipality. And we have court on the 3rd.
Oh, we'll work around it.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
I got my puppet strings
All
tight.
right, so just have a seat in the box, but your jury trial date is going to be July 2nd.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Harris.
Coach John.
Yes.
And while my intuition, my spider sense is tingling, could I approach on a different matter?
Sure.
Your Honor, regarding.
Just one moment. Could you mute us, please?
No problem, Judge. I don't know if he was trying to pull any sovereign citizen stuff with her or not, but when he started in with the, I reserve my rights, I do this, that, and I'm like, ah. And I thought his lawyer had a tiny hand for a second, but I don't think he does. Maybe we'll watch this fella. I was trying to see if there was a woman on here because I want to know if they brought that woman over from court, from jail. I keep saying I'm leaving.
Oh, that's okay. They're just gonna move you to the other end. Court is calling 2023 CR 8322, State of Texas versus Antonio G. Martinez. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
John Robertson for Mr. Martinez.
And are you Mr. Martinez?
Yes, no.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery? Did you review it with your client? Mr. Martinez, did you review the document entitled Application for Community Service with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it? Did you review the true bill of indictment with your attorney? Did you understand it? Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
I do.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
We are.
All right. Court will find that the court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Martinez, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendant's Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that with your attorney in appropriate places? Did you understand you're charged with possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1 gram to 4 grams? Normally, that's a third-degree felony. However, if the state is able to prove up the enhancement paragraph, your range of punishment will be that of a second-degree felony, anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, sir.
If you have a plea with the state, court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you, and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand? Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent? Did you understand by entering this plea, you were giving up those rights? Thank you. And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case? Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes,
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
he does.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense? Mr. Martinez, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter the plea? Anyone promised you anything other than the plea? Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, sir.
Out.
Sure.
The reason I'm agreeing with you is I got my daughter again to get out to.
Don't say that.
All right. Well, I will tell you this. I really wish that people would be thinking of their children before they pick up cases. All right.
And
Okay, are you a U.S. citizen?
yes,
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Did you review the plea bargain page with your attorney? Did you understand it? According to the plea, you'd agree that you've been previously convicted of a felony for purposes of enhancement. Punishments be assessed at 8 years in the prison. There's a $1,500 fine. State recommends community supervision. They're taking in consideration CM 117564. Did you understand that to be the plea?
yes,
Defense?
yes.
State?
It is right.
Did you review the waiver of appeal paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, sir.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand? Counsel, have there been any such motions? Outside the agreement, the state is requesting that your community supervision be for a term of 8 years. There be a TAP evaluation, 200 hours of community service restitution, the MIC caseload, and mental health evaluation. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Yes.
And to the enhancement paragraph, how do you plead, true or not true? State any evidence. Any, you may continue to confirm. Did you review the document entitled Wavering Consent to Stipulation of Testimony and Stipulations with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places? Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call in, the right to remain silent? Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports? But most importantly, there'll be no live testimony. Did you understand? Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments, and the court will review the same.
All right, hurry up with him. I want to see if that woman ever came. Why is he taking so long? There's like 2 that's what she said jokes in there. I know. Oh, do you suppose that's her? I know there was like 2 in there. I said, do, 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 do. I know. But again, this is what's wrong with plea deals. I'm just doing this because I want to go. I need to be with my daughter. She was
All right,
right.
after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will find you guilty. The court will find the enhancement true based upon your plea of true and based upon states exhibits 1 and attachments. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
We'd like to.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Judge, as Antonio mentioned, he's working on a custody situation with his daughter, and he's motivated to get that sorted out and worked out. He also has a good opportunity with a potential job. It would be a union job that could be a great opportunity for him to provide for himself and his family. And so we'd ask the court to follow the agreement, place him on probation, give him an opportunity to sort things out and get his life changed up.
All right, who's Johnny Clark?
O.J. Simpson.
There's one of the guys.
Wasn't it O.J. Simpson?
I can say I know him.
Oh, it was Johnny Cochran.
Okay, I can't hear what you're saying.
He's an acquaintance.
All right, who is Dean Douglas Dubalwick? Okay, you're whispering and you're mumbling.
Hey, I was thinking attorneys. It's been a long day. It's been. I wouldn't want to be twinning with me at all today, Gabby. Johnny Clark. Lord. I think I will just title this Darrell Brooks pled no contest, and I'm still looking for my credibility.
He was a friend.
All right, and who is Katie Voorhees? So how often have you been using drugs?
I was 17.
And how often are you using them?
I was using almost every day, but
I'm sorry, what?
I was using it almost every day, but I'm not gonna be doing that anymore.
Well, I mean, didn't you say that the last time?
That was last time, that's not this time.
Mhm.
I didn't have a daughter last time,
How old is your daughter?
7 months already.
And who is taking care of her now?
She, CPS, but my baby's mother has more rights than I do right now, so I'm trying.
You mean the mother of your child?
Yes.
Okay. So who's your CPS attorney?
Katie, I forgot her last name.
All right, so if you have an attorney, that means you have a legal case. And who's your child's attorney?
Um, uh, Forgot his name. I haven't written down over there.
Okay.
Just leaving you up there, Gabby.
No, I'm
Sorry.
asking because these are things that you should know.
I know that I have court next month.
All right, counsel, do you know who his CPS attorney is?
Thought I had made a note of it, Judge, but I don't have it.
That's not my credibility.
Oh, Katie Show.
Schoaf?
don't-
Show.
Does that sound familiar? Katie Schoaf?
Pretty sure.
Johnny Cochran?
Familiar to you?
Raise him from the dead?
That's a CPS worker?
No, I mean, your attorney.
Um,
It's representing you in your CPS. Guy?
All right, so here's the thing, if you're serious about getting your life together and you say you're trying to get your child back, there are certain things you should know off the top of your head. And you know what that is? The name of your CPS attorney and the name of your child's CPS attorney and your caseworker. You understand? So when's the last time you had employment?
um, um, 7 months ago,
Doing what?
demolition.
Mhm. All right, this is what the court is going to do. Court is going to sentence you to 8 years in the prison, suspended and probated for 8 years. There's a $1,500 fine that will be probated. And can you tell me what is the court cost for second-degree felony?
Johnny boy.
Thank you. All right, so your court costs in this case are going to be $375. Are you able to pay that in installments?
As soon as I get up and get my job within a week, I'll be able to pay 300%.
Okay. All
Just
right.
say yes.
So $1,500 fine probated, 200 hours community service restitution. I'm going to order parenting classes. Once he completes those, the community service hours will be deemed satisfied. CPS compliance. Is there a reason for the suggestion for the mental health caseload?
Just a little bit of background, to some mental health issues.
All right, have you had any mental health diagnosis?
Schizophrenia and bipolar, but I've been taking my medicine.
Okay,
And
They have
please
me on
keep
suppressant.
taking it.
okay.
Once you get out, please keep taking it because you need it.
There's to be regular reporting by Zoom or in person. MIC evaluation, that can be out of custody. There's to be a referral to Center for Healthcare Services. No unsupervised contact with minors. The UA hotline. Proof of employment. Or SSI. Within 30 days of release. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. Field visits. One time per month for 6 months. And then at probation's discretion. Probation, is there anything else that's needed? And take in consideration
Carmen.
CM 117564. Is there anything else you need from the court to be successful? All right,
Who's
did
my
you
Johnny
review the
Bravo?
document entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. You understand? All right, we can go off the record. Here's the
Uh-oh.
thing, CPS cases, I've done them. Everybody always wants the baby, and you know why? That people want to adopt the baby because they feel as though there's nothing too bad that could have happened. And everybody, babies are cute. Everybody wants the cute baby. So if you have no plans on getting your life together, then don't pretend, because I can't tell you the number of times you would see children who their parents say they're going to get their life together. They have a drug issue, right? And you know what? They have it together for like 6 months. And we're right at the door where we're getting ready to place their children back to them. You know what ends up happening? They use, or either they end up getting someone inappropriately in their life. So if you're not 100% serious and in it, then don't be getting your child's hopes up. You understand? All right, good luck to you. You're welcome.
Don't be the boyfriend that offs the little 5-year-old jerk. Wait, where'd the woman go? There she is. I just want to know if she's the one that was fighting him.
All right, here's the thing. Next time you're ordered to come over, don't do this nonsense where, oh, I'm not coming over today because you're not in charge of the court schedule. Do you understand? So I don't want to get another report from the jail or from the deputy saying she says she's not coming over and she's being violent. Do you understand? So the next time that happens, it's not going to be good. You understand? Yes. All right. Ms. Ferguson, what date are we bringing this back?
Tomorrow.
All right, so we're going to recall this for tomorrow for a contested hearing. You understand? You have any questions? All right, we'll see you then.
She's an angry face. Holy cow. It was one angry face. All right. Sound like Judge Boyd. All right. Do you understand? Today's stream has sucked. I know. Nobody needs to tell me. Blame Darrell, the defendant, and the state of Wisconsin if it's in the building. Blame all of them that this stream has sucked because he ruined my plans. So I'll be back Wednesday. I don't know what we're doing. So that's all. Oh, Judge Boyd made me think of something that I said way back earlier this morning that the Darrell Brooks judge made me think of. So she said, Judge Boyd said, if I sentence you beyond the sentencing guidelines that the state is recommending, then you can withdraw your plea. So if Florida's like that, then even though I don't think he's going to, and I'm not sure that he should, then if Ty accepted the plea deal, then they could not, then he could withdraw his plea if Judge Morgan's like, yep, state wants 100 days, your credit, and you go home, and I think you should have life. But if it's like, if it's like the Darrell Brooks judge, and it's too bad if I sentence you beyond what the state says, then no, because they will get him. They want him. I know. I know. The wheelchair said it all. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Dang appearances. Well, for those of you that have stuck it out with me, thank you. And for the rest of you, well, that wasn't very nice. And also, I don't blame you. That's all I got. All right, guys. See you Wednesday, 10:30 a.m. Eastern time. And let's maybe hope that the world can just stay together just a little bit between now and then. Oh, one more thing. Gabby, just so you are prepared, will not be here May 22nd, which is a Wednesday. Sorry in advance for whatever's going to happen that day. But I will be back that Friday, the 24th. Sorry, I know. I've given you notice. But doctors and appointments, and when you call, and I already had I have to get something done this month. And then I can give you a different kind of note if you want to know. If you want to know one. I can get you a note. You'll be like, oopsies, sorry. But I already had tomorrow and 2 other dates that I could not do it this month, and I have to just to stay on schedule for 2026. I needed to get it done this month. And so when she said, this is the date I had to say, okay. So just know I will be getting the best sleep ever that day. Eventually. And I will not wake up until sometime Thursday, and I will be happy. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to get you a note, Gabby. I'm the one that writes the notes. I'll get you a note. But just keep that in your calendar. All right, I'm going to put the stream out of its misery. And I will see you guys Wednesday. So have a good rest of your day and enjoy your tomorrow. I know you'll forget, so I will remind you. I'll remind you. I don't know when, but I will. All right, see you guys. Bye, bye, bye.